morning and thanks for joining us this Tuesday morning, July 21st, for live coverage of today's spacewalk from the International Space Station. I'm NASA's Leah Cheshire, and this is a live feed from the space station's Quest airlock, where astronauts are continuing procedures to prepare themselves and the airlock for today's extravehicular activity. This will be the 231st spacewalk in the history of station assembly and maintenance. Today's spacewalk is scheduled to begin at 6:35 a.m. Central Time. Today's spacewalkers are NASA's Bob Behnken, who is on the right of your screen in the airlock. He is EV1, or Spacewalker 1, and he'll be wearing red stripes around the legs on his spacesuit. And his helmet camera number is 18. Chris Cassidy is EV2 today, and he'll have on a plain white suit with the helmet camera number 20. Both astronauts have previously completed 9 spacewalks, making today the 10th time both Bob Behnken and Chris Cassidy have been in the vacuum of space. Helping the crew out inside the airlock this morning, closest to your screen, is NASA astronaut Doug Hurley. And behind him, you saw Yvonne Wagner, a Roscosmos cosmonaut. They are helping the astronauts get suited up this morning, and they'll also help them move to the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock. The International Space Station is currently flying 262 miles over the North Pacific Ocean. During today's spacewalk, the crew will install a new external storage space for robotic equipment. They'll also remove 2 H fixtures for future power system upgrades and prepare the Node 3 end cone for future installation of the NanoRacks airlock. Additionally, they will route power cables on the outside of the space station. As we mentioned, you're getting a live look at the Quest airlock. There are 2 portions of the Quest airlock, the equipment lock and the crew lock. Currently, the astronauts are in the equipment lock portion. This is where they put on their spacesuits, conduct their pre-breathe routine, and attach their SAFER, or the Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue. Once they're prepared to begin the spacewalk today, the astronauts will move to the crew lock portion. That's the outermost part of the Quest airlock for final communication and suit systems checks with the ground. They will then change their suits to internal battery power, and that starts our timer of today's spacewalk.
Mat axle replacement back into EMU pre-breathe in step 16.
Copy, step 16.
And we're about 32 minutes left on the pre-breathe, just for...
Copy.
You just heard NASA's Doug Hurley discuss pre-breathing. That consists of 2 phases. In the first, the crew breathes 100% oxygen through a mask to begin purging the nitrogen from their bodies. In the second phase, the crew gets in their spacesuits, as you see them now, and they conduct something called ISLE, or in-suit light exercise, which just completed before we went live. They move their arms and legs ever so slightly, raising their metabolic rate. This helps speed up getting rid of the excess nitrogen in the suit. As you can see, the astronauts are preparing Bob Behnken's SAFER. That's the Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue. The SAFER is essentially like a jetpack. It's used in case the crew were to become detached from the space station. However, that's never the plan, as they are always connected via a tether. As the astronauts continue preparing their suits, a little more information about the suit itself. At nominal pressure, the suit is about 4.3 pounds per square inch. To put that into context, the atmosphere pressure we are used to here on Earth is about 14.7 psi. That is also the pressure of the inside of the space station, and it has a mixed oxygen and nitrogen environment, again, much like we experience on Earth. The 4.3 psi inside the suit is very similar to what you might experience at about 30,000 feet elevation. This low pressure in the spacesuit allows much more flexibility for the astronauts, which is critical because they need to constantly flex their rigid gloves during the spacewalk. Another look at what our astronauts will be accomplishing today. Recently, Behnken and Cassidy have been focused on battery upgrades to the International Space Station. We saw that completed, or at least for that power channel, on our most recent spacewalk last Thursday. The astronauts were focused on removing older nickel-hydrogen batteries and replacing them with new lithium-ion batteries. Because they so quickly moved through their tasks in those first 3 spacewalks, today we're looking at an entirely new set of tasks.
job, go ahead and check and make sure that you have access to your deploy lever.
As you can see, NASA's Bob Behnken is now moving into the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock. Astronauts train for spacewalks like you will see today here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. They use something called the NBL, or the Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory. The NBL is essentially a very large pool with a mock-up of the space station inside. This allows the simulation of the feel of microgravity for the astronauts to move around in spacesuits and learn what it's like to work in that environment. The Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory is 40 feet deep and holds 6.2 million gallons of water. Everything is moving smoothly this morning as the crew continues preparing to head outside the hatch on today's spacewalk. After Chris Cassidy is moved into place inside the crew lock portion of the airlock, the hatches between the crew lock and the equipment lock will be closed. Depressurization will begin inside the crew lock portion, and the spacewalk will officially begin once the astronauts switch their suits to internal battery power. A little more detailed look at some of the tasks to be completed today. The first is the installation of the RITS, or Robotics Tool Storage. This is a protective storage unit outside the space station for tools, and it'll provide thermal and physical protection. Inside the RITS is the Robotics External Leak Locator, actually two of them. Those are attached to the inside by NASA astronaut Doug Hurley. The REL, or Robotics External Leak Locator, can be picked up by Dexter, which is the hand of the Canadarm2, and can be used to detect ammonia leaks on the space station. This helps prevent astronauts from doing extra spacewalks. Right now you're getting a live look at the inside of the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Houston, Texas at Johnson Space Center. Leading today's teams is Flight Director Allison Bollinger. You see her in the blue shirt. near the bottom of your screen. To her right is Joshua Kutrick, a Canadian Space Agency astronaut. He will be the ground IV. He'll be the person relaying the tasks from the ground to the astronauts during today's spacewalk. Speaking with the astronauts before they leave the hatch and as they re-enter is NASA astronaut Anne McClain, who recently returned from the International Space Station just last year. And today's lead spacewalk officer is Sandra Moore. She oversees the team monitoring all of the suit information and helps walk through the procedures and discusses that information with teams on the ground. Back inside the Quest airlock, you can see NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy preparing to be moved into the crew lock portion. Wagner on your left and Hurley on your right, attaching that simplified aid for EVA rescue. NASA astronaut and commander of the International Space Station, Chris Cassidy, now being moved into the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock. Things are progressing smoothly this morning for the start of the spacewalk. Other tasks that the astronauts are looking to accomplish today includes the removal of two H fixtures. These were used for ground processing of the solar arrays prior to launch, and they will be necessary for removal for future power system upgrades. On the July 1st spacewalk, the astronauts tried to remove these fixtures with a bar to pry it out, along with some tools that were used for the alpha magnetic spectrometer upgrades earlier this year. Those didn't work out, so the astronauts are back today with a 3D printed wedge, yes, 3D printed in space, that they'll combine with a wrench-like tool to try and remove the fixtures. Another major task today is the preparation for the arrival of a NanoRacks airlock. This will be the first commercial airlock to launch on a SpaceX rocket later this fall. It'll be attached to Node 3, or Tranquility. That's the life support system space on the International Space Station. And with both Behnken and Cassidy inside the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock, Roscosmos cosmonaut Ivan Wagner closes the hatch between them.
On 1, in step 73, verified that both the gamma cap and the emergency empath are in the proper configuration.
Copy that. And Doug, step 74 is in work.
Copy that. We will hold at step 76. I'm showing about 12 minutes left on the pre-breathe.
We concur, Doug. Thanks.
And Houston, if you're good with it, we can put step 81 and then 82 in work.
Checking. And Doug, you have a go for that.
Copy.
All of the work the astronauts have done over the previous 3 spacewalks has certainly paid off, and they are already 30 minutes ahead of today's timeline. In about 10 minutes, we'll be looking for the go for depressurization of the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock. NASA astronaut and spacewalker 1 today, or EV1, Bob Behnken, will open the hatch and the hatch thermal cover.
Station canisters 12 and 20 are removed. Temp stowed in node 1.
Copy 12 and 20 and node 1. Thank you.
As we await the start of depressurization, you've got a live view of NASA astronaut Doug Hurley and Roscosmos cosmonaut Yvonne Wagner inside the Quest airlock as the International Space Station flies 266 statute miles over Argentina. You may remember the recent arrival, just about a month and a half ago, of Behnken, one of our spacewalkers today, and Hurley, here in the blue-gray shirt, aboard the SpaceX Crew Dragon as part of NASA's Commercial Crew program and the first launch of humans from American soil in nearly 9 years. Things are moving smoothly this morning as we prepare to get Bob Behnken and Chris Cassidy outside of the Quest airlock. This is the 4th spacewalk for the two spacewalkers together. It is actually both of their 10th spacewalk overall. And it's the final spacewalk planned before Bob Behnken returns with Doug Hurley on the Crew Dragon spacecraft. Splashdown of that spacecraft is scheduled for August 2nd this year.
Airlock, we are in step 76, show pre-read time complete. We're awaiting your go at the completion of step 76 for step 77.
And good morning, Doug and the rest of the team. We are with you. 76 is complete. Your hot mic on Space Ground 1, and your go to pick up in 77.
Morning, Ann. Good to talk to you. We'll pick up in 77. Okay, Chris, for you, check the depress pump power switch is in the off position.
Depress pump power is off.
Check the depress pump enable LED is on.
Depress pump enable LED is on.
Houston Station, step 80 for your go to get into the cue card.
And station, you are go for crew lock depress.
Copy, go for the depress. Okay, Chris, on the UIA, take the depress pump power switch to on.
Depress pump power is on.
As you heard, the NASA astronauts are now go for depressurization of the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock. They are communicating with NASA astronaut Ann McClain here on the ground.
Expect an alert zone, and monitor suit pressure gauge is less than 5.5.
Depress pump manual isolation valve is open. Copy the key.
Ann McClain was selected by NASA in 2013, and she has 2 spacewalks under her belt. She'll be the one communicating with the astronauts while they're still in the airlock.
And for both of you, when it gets to 6 psi, you'll expect an alert tone. And Chris, when you hit 5, you'll take the depress pump manual isolation valve to close.
Okay, copy.
Depressurization continues nominally as the International Space Station flies 271 statute miles over the South Atlantic Ocean. During depress, the airlock will be taken down from 14.7 psi, or pounds per square inch, which is the same pressure of what we experience on Earth, all the way to a vacuum in preparation for the Quest airlock hatch to be opened to the outside. Another live look inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Teams of flight controllers monitoring the station systems and the spacewalkers themselves. We're currently in a satellite handover. The International Space Station uses the TDRS, or Tracking Data and Relay Satellite System. These are tracked, and we will shortly regain communication with the space station.
zone at 6.
6.
The crew log has reached 6 pounds per square inch of pressure inside. A reminder, we'll be taking that down to a vacuum. The suits themselves are operated at 4.3 pounds per square inch. That allows for flexibility within the suits.
You should be coming up on 5 here pretty quick.
At 5.3. 5.2.
Yeah, I'm showing 5 inside. Go ahead and take the depress pump manual isolation valve to close.
Depress pump manual isolation valve is closed.
Okay, on your DC end, go ahead and switch display status until leak check is displayed, and then follow the instructions.
Leak check, wait for EV1. Leak check, wait for EV2. Leak check complete for EV1. Leak check complete for EV2.
You two get leak checks. Check that your O2 actuator is an EVA.
O2 position is EVA for EV1. O2 position is EVA for EV2.
See both in EVA. Chris, for you, take the depress pump manual isolation valve to open and expected tone.
Depress pump manual isolation valve is open.
Okay, for both of you, monitor your suit pressure gauges. Less than 5.5 PSI, and Bob, you guys can go ahead with your tether checks.
Copy. Okay, on my left side, I can verify my waist tether is closed and locked to my D-ring extender, and then that is closed and locked to the airlock D-ring extender. On my right side, my red reel, red hook is closed and locked on the D-ring extender. The waist tether that's directly to my suit is closed and locked onto that red reel. The reel is in unlock, and I've got the yellow hook on my mini workstation. Okay, and for EV2, coming off the airlock D-ring extender, I have my waist tether anchor hook closed and locked. Alleviating strap looks good. Small hook is closed and locked on my right. E-ring extender coming off my left. E-ring extender is a red hook closed and locked with load leading strap. The Ercom reel is unlocked and the yellow hook is loaded on my mini workstation. I can also report 3 good low alleviating straps.
Copy all. That's for you. When the screw lock pressure is 2 psi, you can take the deep press pump manual isolation valve to close, and I'll back you up on that as well.
Copy, close at 2.
NASA astronauts Chris Cassidy and Bob Behnken reporting to the ground the current configuration of their tethers as we progress through depress and prepare for exit of the Quest airlock.
Point 1.
Copy. That syncs up well with what I have.
Point 0, coming closed.
Copy. Depress pump manual isolation valve coming closed.
Depress pump manual isolation valve is closed.
Okay. Take the depress pump power switch to off.
Depress pump power switch is off.
Okay. Next is for you, Bob. Wait until we get the alert tone and EV hatch delta pressure is less than 0.5 psi.
Copy. I'll house the bags and roots for you. It's okay. I can get to about here. I can get the unlatch the hatch and then start rotating it. I think then I can go up high. We'll see how that works. Okay, copy. This is a big piece of hardware.
looks pretty cozy in there.
It's Chris with all of his friends right there. Yep. Got some ritzy friends.
As depressurization continues, another look at what today's spacewalk will hold. Today, the crew will install a new external storage space for robotic equipment. They will also remove 2 H fixtures for future power system upgrades. They will prepare the Node 3 or Tranquility end cone for future installation of the NanoRacks airlock and route power cables on the outside of the station. This was initially scheduled to be a battery removal and replacement spacewalk. However, during the first 3 spacewalks, the astronauts moved so swiftly that they completed those tasks in the previous July 16th spacewalk. There's still one lithium-ion battery that needs an upgrade after it failed last year. The spacewalk to replace that battery is scheduled tentatively for later this year.
Yeah, Doug, what are we showing in there? It looks like 0.5 to me on the gauge.
It's showing about 31. Technically, we're supposed to be less than 0.5, so about 5 inches, 4 inches of mercury, we should be good. Or just let it click over a little bit more, and then you can try to hatch.
Okay.
Okay, Bob, I'm showing less than 0.5 in here. EV hatch open and stow.
Okay. Good work.
And the crew is calling depressurization complete, preparing to open the hatch.
It's like the lock lever is stuck. There we go.
Oh, I heard and felt you open it.
Yep, it's open.
And the hatch is now open.
Emergency MPEV coming closed. And let me know when you have it stowed, Bob.
Okay, the hatch is stowed.
Okay, copy that. With that, you guys go out and enjoy your 10th EVAs. That's awesome to be a part of. And I'll hand you over to Houston.
Thanks, Doug.
Thanks, Doug and Chris and Bob.
Houston Station, they're all yours.
Thanks, Doug. Bob and Chris, good morning. Gentlemen, how do you hear me?
Loud and clear, Josh, on me.
Yeah, I have you loud and clear as well. We'll just keep on going so you can both switch your power switches to BAT. We'll expect a warning tone, and please check the display switches are functional.
And Chris, you've got Josh loud and clear as well. If I do, I'll need to hit EV1 coming to bat. EV1 display switch is functional.
Copy, EV1.
EV2 and bat. Display switch. The display is blank.
Copy, Chris. We understand display is
And it
calling.
doesn't respond.
Does not respond to switch throws. It's visually.
Copy, Chris. We're looking at it. We may be doing a reset standby one.
Copy, Chris. We're looking at it. We may be.
NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy currently having a little difficulty with the display on his spacesuit. Teams here on the ground are troubleshooting to help us move forward with today's spacewalk.
And, okay, Chris, it looks like we're going to press ahead with a power warm reset. Bob, we wanted to suggest you close the thermal cover while we do this. And Chris, you can meet us on check cuff list page 28. You're probably there.
Hey, with you. Go ahead and you guide me through it, Josh.
Copy, Chris. So in that warm restart for ComFair, I'm going to lead you through steps starting at your 4.3 all the way to the end of the page. And if you unexpectedly lose COM during this, you can use the cuff checklist to complete it. I copy you're already there on page 28. All right, so we're already in BAT. Bob, we think we see the thermal cover come unclosed. We'd like it closed. And then for Chris, we can switch your power.
Josh, I'm working on that. It's just a...
Copy, Bob. No problem.
I just have to mostly egress the airlock to... I'm on the SCU still, so how critical is that?
Okay, Bob, just no
Here
need
comes,
to...
power EV2, Josh.
15 seconds to hand over. Let's just wait for the handover, Chris.
Yeah.
And Bob, if it didn't get through, we're fine with the thermal cover. Just leave it.
And a quick handover as teams here in Mission Control Houston continue to troubleshoot Chris Cassidy's displays. The voice you hear now speaking with the astronauts is Ground IV Joshua Kutrick. You see him there in the white in the center. Kutrick is a Canadian Space Agency astronaut.
And Chris, I think we're back with you. If you hear me, we're ready on the UIA to take your EV power to off.
UIA EV2 power coming off.
A-firm, check the LED goes off.
LED is off.
Copy off. A couple of cautionary words for you in this procedure. The fan and power is going to come off for 7 seconds. While the fan's off, you'll be without cooling and CO2. So overheating is something to think about, and fogging. There'll be no COM until you take the power back to BAT. If the fan operation is delayed and not restored, going back to BAT, you always have the option of your helmet purge valve. I'm sure you understand that.
Copy all.
Perfect. Second reminder is just to have a look down, make sure you can remind yourself on where the power and the fan switches are in case you need them. When
to go.
Roger that. On the DCM, Chris, you can switch your fan to off. Expect the fan switch off tone.
And coming off.
Roger that. You should expect that tone in about 7 seconds.
Hands off.
Copy. You can move your display switch to Pro.
Wrote the message.
Copy. Display switch to Pro when you have that message, and then when you're ready, you can switch your power on your DCM, Chris, to SCU.
Coming to SCU.
Roger. This will power down your suit. You'll wait 7 seconds and then bring it back to bat.
This view from the International Space Station as it flies 261 statute miles over China. Chris Cassidy is now turning off and then on his suit battery power again to attempt to troubleshoot those display issues.
And display is functional.
Copy, Chris. We have you loud and clear. Good news. You can take the fan to on.
The fan's on.
Okay, so with that, we're now ready to keep on going. Chris, on the UIA, let's take power for EV1 and 2 to off and check that all 4 LEDs go off.
Our EV1 and EV2 switches are off. All 4 LEDs are off.
Copy, Chris. Chris and Bob, you can both disconnect your SCUs, install the DCM covers, install your SCUs in the pouch. Just let me know when that's done.
Work. In work. Complete for EV1.
Copy.
Complete EV2.
Copy. Chris, you can check if the depress pump man ISO valve is closed.
Depress pump manual isolation valve is confirmed closed.
Copy. Chris and Bob, temperature control valve to max hot.
EV1 is max hot. Max hot EV2.
Copy. EV1 and 2, you can switch water to on.
EV1 water is on. EV2 water on.
Roger. EV1 and 2, check DCM is blank, bite off.
EV1 DCM is blank, bites off. EV2 DCM blank, bite off.
EV1 and 2, temperature control valve as desired.
EV1 is 5. EV2 is 5.
Copy. EV1 and 2, check your suit pressure gauge. Let me know what the value is.
4.2 for EV1. 4.2 for EV2.
I copy 4.2 and 4.2. Visors as required. It's daylight out.
Copy. Visor set for EV1. Need to go for EV2 as well.
Okay, with that, we had a look at the suit parameters. Everything checks out, and so we're ready to start going with the procedures themselves. First order of business is a baseline HAP check for EV1 and 2.
Hey, my half is dry for baseline for V1.
AV2 half dry.
Copy that. With that, Bob, we're ready for you to open the cover is open. Egress with your medium or U bag, and a reminder to have just a look at that pip pin as you go by it to see if it's changed from last time.
Copy. I have the medium or U bag. Dressing. Yeah, that pip pin is popped out a little bit. Push it back in.
Copy and concur.
And the spacewalk officially began this morning at 6:12 a.m. Central Time, 7:12 a.m. Eastern Time. That's when the astronauts switched their suits on internal battery power. There was a little bit of troubleshooting with Chris Cassidy's suit display, and they recycled the display control module. Everything is operating smoothly now as the astronauts prepare to egress the hatch.
I've got the medium or U bag onto my BRT.
Copy, Bob. Next, we'll take a safety tether load alleviating strap inspection. You're on the forward D-ring.
Yeah, load alleviating strap looks good for both tethers, forward and aft.
We copy good inspections on both. Thanks for that. And Bob, when you're ready, you can do your tether config, your yellow hook going to the safety tether reel on the forward D-ring.
Didn't work. My yellow hook is closed and locked onto the reel on the forward D-ring.
And we copy, Bob. Next, using a tether, you can take the green hook back to your red reel.
Okay, I've got the green hook closed and locked onto my red reel. Again, the reel is unlocked. And green reel is also unlocked.
Copy, Bob. Bob, you're in a good config. You can release the waist tether from the airlock D-ring extender.
Copy.
Want me to get it? Here it comes, Bob.
Copy. Ready.
Find my yellow hook out there, too.
And Bob, once you're released, you can give Chris a go to pass out Ritz.
Chris, your yellow hook is closed and locked onto the green reel. I gave him the inspection, and the reel is verified unlocked. You need to move it as well. You'll have to move it when you get out here.
Okay, no problem. So
I'm ready for rips.
All right, and I'm go to release my waist tether, correct?
You are negative. Don't release your waist tether. I think we want to get the anchor of the green hook onto you. Yeah, you're good. You can release your tether. You just don't have the green hook configured.
Okay, I concur. That's basically like a config that we have later in the... Yeah. All right. Waist tether. Just need to clear the waist tether of the path for RITs, that's all.
Okay.
All right. The waist tether's removed. And here it comes. You got it?
Got a hold of RITs.
Got a hold of RITs.
Working on a tether for RITs.
I copy that.
I have RITs tethered.
You have RITs tethered. I'm coming out. I can't reach the airlock just from this spot. So.
Okay. I have control of RITs.
You have control of RITs.
As you can see, the astronauts have egressed the airlock, or exited the airlock. International Space Station flying 263 statute miles over the Bering Sea.
I see you releasing the airlock tether.
Airlock tether. Released. They hook it up. Back into the extender.
Roger.
Mind holding it just for a second? I'll do my green hook.
Yeah, I've still got RITs.
You still got it. Okay, picking up. Okay, Josh, I have my green hook attached to my pack.
Copy.
Looking on my BRT tether.
Copy.
I can verify all three of Chris's mini workstation tabs. 2 mini workstations and the BRT tab are all up.
Copy, Bob, on the Chris's tabs.
Tethered. BRTs. Okay, I have it, Bob. Okay. Release your go to release your tether.
Okay. The tether is released.
Okay. Back away a little bit so I can see you. I see you on your safer handle. manual isolation valve is down as well. BRT tabs 2, or mini workstation tabs 2 and 1 BRT tab, both are up. Okay. And
if you could check that hook for that goes to my suit is closed and locked. You bet.
Okay, there's the thermal cover.
Copy, thermal cover.
And
On the right side,
got right here, directly to the suit. Exactly. I couldn't see it. Okay. Confirmed. Bob's right waist tether is closed and locked on his ring.
Copy, thanks, Chris.
you got a good green light on your WBS.
In. You as well. Green light for EV1.
Copy, Chris. And looks like the last check we need is a confirmation on Chris's reels, both of them unlocked.
Okay. I can verify both are unlocked.
Copy, Bob, thanks. And we'll final check that Chris's safer handles both left and right down.
Chris's safer handles, both left and right, were visually verified they were down. That's a good hand.
Copy, Bob. Thanks for that. Everyone down here is ready. You go to translate. You'll be stopping to take out both of the adjustable fair leads.
And with that, the crew has ensured all their tethers and their tools are in a good configuration before heading out to the first work site of the day. Today's spacewalk beginning at 6:12 a.m. Central Time, 7:12 a.m. Eastern.
Cable all day.
Copy. Copy. Okay, moving out slowly.
Copy. I'm at the
Copy.
adjustables, retrieving them.
Roger, Bob.
Another short handover as the astronauts head out to their first work site of the day at the mobile base system.
Adjustable is retrieved.
Copy.
It's at the mobile base system that the astronauts will install the RITS, or the Robotic Tool Storage. This provides protective storage for the tools outside of the space station and provides thermal and physical protection. This is a permanent installation to the mobile base system.
Can you see the tethers on the seat of light? Or are they clear? Curious.
It looks like mine is clear and yours is still behind.
Okay, copy.
Getting it, or?
I'll wait for you to go outboard of it, and
Okay.
I think I just need to rise up a little bit on the, or make it better wiggle it.
Copy.
Making sure I don't hit your feet.
I'm
Oh, I see you're way clear. and my tether is clear as well.
You can see there, floating beside Chris Cassidy is the Ritz. Inside the Ritz, the robotics external robotics tool storage is the RELs. Those are two robotics external leak locators. The RELs can be picked up by the special purpose dexterous manipulator, also known as Dexter. It's essentially the hand of the Canadarm2, and they can be used to detect ammonia leaks on the space station. The Ritz equipment was launched on December 5th, 2019 as part of the SpaceX 19th commercial resupply mission to the International Space Station.
I have arrived at the Cedar Cart.
Copy, Bob. Bob, once the bag's stowed, your next stop will be the MBS beam near WIF 15, and a heads up, there are MMOD strikes there.
Okay, copy that, Josh. Thank you.
Installation of the robotics tool storage, or RITS, that we will see today makes leak location much more streamlined, as the RELs that are currently inside were originally stored inside the space station.
Cedar Cart.
Copy, Chris.
Having them stored outside of the space station helps astronauts avoid going on an extra spacewalk. This view from the helmet camera of NASA astronaut Bob Behnken, EV-1, or known as the lead spacewalker for today. As you can see, it's dark outside. That means the space station is in an orbital nighttime as it flies 260 statute miles over the Pacific Ocean.
The medium ORU bag is tethered to the inboard boot plate, the upward Cedar Cart.
Copy, Bob. We're showing you moving up onto the MBS standard, no touch points there, grapple shafts, pins, and radiative surfaces.
15 in sight.
Adjustable onto the medium ORU bag so that Chris will have it 8/16.
Copy, Bob.
I've got Ritz with 15. I'll wait for Bob to help me verify clocking.
Copy that, Chris. We'll let you guys work it, but
difficult to see the can see that the handrails are parallel to the beam. From my work site, I can't tell that the black lines are lined up.
Behnken has reached WIF 15, or Worksite Interface 15, so now the astronauts will begin putting on the RITS, installing it to the Mobile Base System, the MBS.
Actuator is in capture.
Actuator is in lock. And giving you WVS for your guys to confirm.
We copy already locked. It's pretty dark on the WVS right now, but we're trying to look. Thanks.
Okay. I'm going to keep my tether on it just for in case we need to move it a little bit.
And Chris, we just want to make sure that we heard you right, that it's already installed and locked. If that's the case, maybe give it a pull test for us.
It is installed and locked. Wiggle, pull, firmed in. I'm just going to leave my tether. I just want another set of eyeballs.
Sounds good.
Bob, I can't tell the clocking marks, but it looks like it's in the right orientation with the beam. Just want you to.
Yeah, the clocking mark that I see looks aligned correctly to me. The handrail is aligned directly with this piece of structure on this side, and
My handrail too.
the double line is kind of 90 degrees counterclockwise from the WIF. The line that I can see.
Yeah.
It looks like it's in that proper orientation to me.
Me too. It's the WIF 5 and WIF 15 lines. It's a little bit deceiving out here at night. But to me, this looks like exactly the orientation that they're looking for.
Yeah. And the
and you
cables are, I agree, locked.
You agree locked?
Yep.
All right. All right, I'm going to release my tether if you guys concur.
Agree with releasing your tether. It's locked.
Okay, tether's released. Fully installed.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, guys, and we're still not able to see much, but with all your words on the double black lines, we're happy. That sounds like a good install, so we'll proceed with cable routing.
Copy that.
The cables look right next to you, correct? I see the connector here.
Connector's right there.
And that connector cap looks tethered to me.
And the RITS, the robotics tool storage, has been installed in Worksite Interface 15.
After tethered to structure out here.
And Bob, from the caps are captive. They're tethered there. An additional reminder is there's a lot of cable in that bundle. We're looking to just take one twist out of it, and then you should be able to make the mates pop at 29 and 30.
All right, Bob has the cap removed from EVA2. EVA number 2.
Copy. That should take Papa 30 as the mate. Papa 30 to EVA2.
I see that. You agree, Bob?
I agree.
Pins on the cable side look good. EMI nice and intact. The receptacle looks clean of FOD and normal. Comes the mate.
Copy.
Anyhow, the 90 degree goes this way.
Yeah. Yes, that's good.
Chris Cassidy released 2 caps on these RITS cables and is now mating 2 electrical cables to unused power outlets on the mobile base system. This will enable heaters within the RITS to keep the REL tools from getting too cold.
Grab this guy. Released on the EVA number 1 side. I have Papa 29/EVA number 1 cable in my hand.
That's the correct cable.
The pins are straight. The EMI looks intact and normal. That was on the connector side. The optical side, no fog, nice and clean. Here comes the mate if you concur.
We concur, we're ready.
Rails over center. Cable's mated.
Copy, Chris. So, Chris, I'll have you stand by there. We're going to put some checkout steps in work. And, Bob, your call if you want to stay and assist. Otherwise, you're more than welcome to start heading out to the IEA.
Okay, I'll go ahead and head on out. I'll retrieve a camera from the medium ORU bag on my way. And then, looks like there is a pretty good, the cable's pretty well stowed, so that long wire tie going to be the thing you have to stow, not the cable.
Josh, remind me, are you guys content with the cap just dangling on its 5-inch lanyard here, or would you like that secured with the long wire tie as well?
And Chris, we do want it pulled back a little bit, so you should, I'm unable to see, but you should have one wire tie that's sort of hanging as excess there, and that's what the purpose of that wire tie was, to tie the cap back.
Roger that.
And Chris, Bob, copy, you took a camera from the medium ORU bag.
No, I will, though.
Roger. And Chris, just some more words on that cleanup. We do want to tie off both caps, like we mentioned, and then just looking to bundle any excess cable slack onto the RITS wire ties so that it's all bundled nice and tight.
Okay. All of that is in work.
Thanks.
And that completes installation of the RITS, the robotics tool storage. That completes the first task of the day. Meanwhile, Bob Behnken has moved on to a cleanup at the Integrated Electronics Assembly work site that he and Cassidy worked on last week and in the previous battery spacewalks.
Requirement for you to look at lights 1 and 2. They're on. We can see them.
Chris Cassidy will move on to remove an H fixture, and later Bob Behnken will do the same on a separate H fixture. And to take you through those tasks, I'm going to toss it over to my colleague Shaniqua Vereen. Take it away, Shaniqua.
Copy, both caps secured. The last checks I had for us at this worksite was to verify.
Good morning. I'm NASA Shaniqua Vereen. We are now 40 minutes into the 231st spacewalk in the history of the International Space Station's assembly and maintenance. The crew members will be removing 2 H fixtures as the next task. EV1, Bob Behnken, indicated with the red stripe, is the lead spacewalker today, and EV2, Chris Cassidy, will conduct the removals on the S4 and S6 trusses.
Josh, is that a good checkout on RITS?
Affirmative, RITS is a good checkout.
Always nice to add a new piece of capability to the space station, and there's always a capable group of folks behind it, but this one is particularly special. Dave Parker battling ALS. Wonderful to see a project that he's been involved with from the beginning. To see these lights illuminate. Congratulations, Dave.
Congratulations, Team Dave.
Team Dave.
Thanks, Chris. We appreciate the words.
NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy will begin making its way to the 1AH fixture on the S4 truss, while Bob Behnken will remove the 3BH fixture on the S6 truss a little later. His first task will be to clean up the worksite of the previous battery EVA at the Integrated Electronics Assembly.
And Chris, before you do leave the worksite, we'll just take as much WVS survey of the worksite, and particularly the cable routing, as you can.
Okay, copy. On EVA number 1 connector, there was a little bit of a short bend radius coming off of the 90-degree connector. Just loosened that up and have that in WVS. I think survey's complete.
Copy, Chris. We see the bend, saw the bend, and we concur.
And the bend radius on the EVA 2 side is phenomenal, looks good. All right, I think I captured it with the camera, Pro and helmet camera.
Copy, Chris. That about wraps up RITS. We'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet from you at this time.
Cap dry, gauntlets in place, gloves, pristine, no change.
And you probably need a gauntlet inspection from me. Both gauntlets are up. Yes.
Thanks, Bob. Chris, with that, you'll be picking up the medium RU bag and heading out to your next work site. H fixture.
Roger. Roger that. RU bag, H fixtures.
That's correct, and as a reminder, we'll stop at the anchors for Chris and just take a confirmatory on the hooks and locks there.
And past the PAPFR.
Copy that, Bob. Bob, you may as well head straight out and drop your green hook on the normal location 2072. A reminder to make sure the tether is routed zenith of the FRGF.
Say that again. Reminder that the tether is how?
Yeah, that it's routed clear to the zenith of the grapple fixture.
grapple fixture near the P, PFR?
Affirmative.
And say again, which part of the grapple fixture? I heard minutes, but that doesn't mean anything to me.
And sorry, Bob, I just, what I said was just tether above that grapple fixture, so zenith side of the grapple fixture. Does that work?
Okay, zenith side, okay, copy.
I may have said zenith and zenith side.
Copy.
Working on the or you bag.
Copy, Chris.
Crew members are currently about 15 minutes ahead of schedule. They're now heading to the H fixtures where they will be doing the removal for future power system upgrades.
Bob, we see you again out towards your work site, Green Hook 2072.
Copy. Parting. Meter card.
Copy, Chris.
Second hooks. Okay. Fine. On 3061. Gate closed. Locked.
Copy, 3061, closed and locked.
3060. For Bob. Closed and locked.
Copy, 3060, closed and locked. And proceed out to your Green Hook location 2110.
2110.
Good words.
Okay, my Green Hook is closed and locked on the handrail 2072.
Copy, Bob. Close locked on 2072. Before we get going with the IEA cleanup, we'll take a glove, hat, and gauntlet for Bob.
My hat is dry. My gauntlets are up. And for glove inspection, my left glove looks to be in similar shape to when I parted the airlock. The flap remaining on the index finger that we didn't retrim because it was mostly adhered. And on the right side, it's in pristine condition. Something different between my left-hand usage and my right-hand usage.
Copy, Bob. Good checks. We'll start up with the cleanup of the IEA, and if you want, you could also place any adjustables, the fair lead adjustables that you picked up earlier. If you wanted to now, you could put them in the acrylic bag.
Okay. I did drop one at the medium ORU bag, and so I just have the one at this point and go from there. So I'm already at the one side of the IEA, so I think I'll go ahead and take the gap spanner here and then work from here with the gap spanner to get it stowed in the acrylic bag to start.
Bob, we concur with that. Order your discretion. Just looking to clean up both gap spanners and 4 scoops.
Okay. All right, I have the GoPro on structure, one handrail away from 2110. I can get you the number in a second. I'm working on my hook on 2110.
Copy, Chris.
Hook in place 2110.
Copy, green hook on 2110. Chris will be moving up to your H-fixture worksite. Reminder to take a trash bag out of that ORU bag.
All right, let me get the ORU bag here, down here.
You just heard Chris Cassidy and Bob Behnken do a glove and hat check or helmet absorption pad check. They are expecting gloves for rips, scrapes, or stains that may indicate they need to go back inside for their safety. There's no problems currently. Everything is going great at this time in the EVA, in the spacewalk. We are currently in a handover. As you can see, you are currently seeing a view of the International Space Station Flight Control Room. We should have communications back shortly.
ORU bag in place. Opening it up.
Copy.
Trash bag. Got it?
Copy, Chris.
Josh, I've got the GoPro camera tethered to handrail 2071 near my green hook.
Copy, Bob. GoPro on 2021. handing over in 15 seconds.
Currently, we're getting a view of the International Space Station's flight control room. Right now, you can see the flight director, Allison Bollinger, and Josh Kutrick, who's doing the ground IV today.
Okay, climbing on.
We copy. Chris, you headed up the BGA. And Chris, maybe as you move, it's a good time for some of the words. We're going to be working with Fairchild fasteners. Those are a sharp edge concern all day when nominally released. And moreover, with the torque setting we're using, we expect to potentially break a bolt or two, resulting in a non-captive sharp edge and puncture hazard. So heads up on that.
Okay, I copy. All right, guys. PGT on calibrated, set at Bravo 7, counterclockwise 1.
And Chris, those are good settings. Bravo 7, counterclockwise 1. Before we start with the bolts, just looking to confirm that you have an adjustable to the H fixture back to the middle stanchion.
One in right now.
Copy.
Tighten marginally. A little bit of gear.
The International Space Station is currently flying 270 statute miles off the coast of Argentina. We are currently still in a loss of signal, but we should have communications come back shortly.
My trash bag on the inside. I'm just going to put it to the outside.
Okay, I copy. The last warning I had for you today was on the stored energy in the mounting plate and the fact that it can potentially pop off with a vector towards your EMU.
Okay, copy. All right. I am. Might be a little better. One turn complete on bolt 1.
I heard 2 turns on bolt 1. Get that copy.
One turn complete on bolt 1.
1 turn.
Here comes bolt 2. Bravo 7 counterclockwise 1.
Affirm.
One turn complete on bolt 2.
1 turn on bolt 2, copy.
Here comes bolt 3.
Chris Cassidy is currently untightening the 4 bolts.
Copy. 1 turn bolt 3. There's your hour mark, 1 hour. We're working towards a 6:40 PET, 15 minutes ahead, limited by MEDOX on Chris.
Copy. Copy. One turn, bolt 4.
Copy 1 on bolt 4.
Hey, Josh, I think I'm going back to bolt 1, but let's confirm with you.
We may as well go to 1. Order is actually your discretion here, but what we are looking to do is all 4 bolts again, this time turning to a max turn count of 12, so no, up to 11 turns on bolts 1 through 4.
We got 11 turns. Maximum total turns is 12.
Good read, Beth. Handing over in 20 seconds.
Cassidy has made his way to the mass canister where the 1A H fixture is located. He has in tow his ORU, or his tool bag, which contains the tools that will be necessary for the removal. He is currently using his PGT.
How do you say that again? We're just getting you back from the handover now.
Or pistol grip tool to untighten and remove all 4 bolts.
Completely released. I did 11 turns, and I can see it popped out on its spring. Driving bolt 2, 7 turns for 11.
Copy.
I've retrieved the outboard gap spanner. It is back in the coolant bag.
Copy, Bob, on the outboard gap spanner.
Bolt 2 completed 11 turns. It has popped out on its spring. Both bolts 1 and 2, very smooth, low running torque the whole drive.
Okay, we copy those words, 11 turns
Bolt
on
3.
1 and 2. Roger.
Bolt 3 is out. I stopped at 9.5 turns. I could see the bolt was out on its spring. I can drag those last 1.5, but or just leave it at that.
Concur, we copy 9.5, just leave it there, and we'll move on to bolt 4.
Good work.
As you just heard, Chris Cassidy now has 3 of the 4 bolts out. After removing the 4th bolt, he will attempt to pry the H fixture away from the GSE pad, or ground support equipment pad, with a combo wrench.
Again at 9.5, bolt 4 is released on its spring.
Copy 9.5 on 4. And so that, Chris, will be trying for the H fixture itself, and we recommend using the combo wrench first.
Copy that. Okay, verify the adjustable's still there. RP and going into the thing.
We see it, we concur.
Attempt 1 complete. A little bit of wiggle, but it didn't budge. It didn't come off.
Copy, Chris. On attempt 1, we'll just pause for 30 seconds.
$119 to go.
Yep.
We concur, and we think...
retrieve the second gap standard change.
Copy, Bob. Chris, 30 seconds is up if you want to try again. Obviously, we're going to defer to you here on what you think you want to do going forward, but it looks like you want to try the wrench again.
Yep, I gave it an impulse that time. And attempt 2 complete. I'm going to go down and get the, what they're called, plier tools.
Pliers, yeah. We copy and concur.
The
tool formerly known as pliers, I guess. It was pliers. It was pliers.
It's a plier, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously.
If you recall, this is the second attempt at removing the H fixture. EVA 66 was the first attempt, which failed due to not having the proper tools. If the combo wrench does not work, Chris Cassidy will use the pliers to attempt removal.
Okay, both gap standard chains are back to the Kulak bag. I'll start recovering scoops.
Copy, Bob. We're getting good video, Chris. It looks good to us. We had to push quite hard on those pliers to get them deep enough to actuate the ball detents.
Okay. job.
That really looks good.
Things
Thank
were
you.
money.
And I think we'll want to, any words you have right now while they're fresh for Bob and for us would be appreciated on what did it.
Like you said, it took a little bit of wiggling and kind of pushing pretty good to get the 14 rolls of tape up in there.
Yeah.
And then it just kind of stayed put. I felt like a little action on the ball. I don't know if it went all the way up, but I felt a little bit of action on the ball. And then I put the wrench in to complete the maneuver.
So you think you got both of them released with the pliers, or just
one of them, the one more towards the solar array, it definitely felt like a ka-thunk when it finally went all the way in. The other one was sort of mildly feedback.
Okay.
Anyway.
And we copy all, Chris. I think the way the timeline's shaping up here is we'll clean up your present work site and then just end up repacking the ORU bag and taking it out to the other H fixture where we'll do it together with Bob.
Okay, sounds good.
You just saw the completion, a success for Chris Cassidy now that he's removed the 1A-H fixture.
Yeah, that was a pretty slick use of available tools on the space station. Nice work, you guys.
Copy, thanks. Fingers crossed for the one to go.
Cassidy has now removed the 1A-H fixture and will head to help Bob Behnken at the 3B-H fixture on the starboard side of the S6 truss. Once he's finished cleanup, his
Copy, Bob. Thanks. Should be two more.
Once he has finished Once he has finished the cleanup for his work site, he will then move to the 3B-H fixture on the S6 truss.
Josh, I've got the final 2 scoops for the Kulak bag.
Copy, Bob. We should be ready to inventory that bag when you are. And Chris, I see you cleaning up the bag. If you get ahead of us, a reminder that we want some GoPro or camera imagery of that GSE pad before you leave your work site.
Okay, you bet.
Okay, so Bob, whenever you're ready, we'll do the inventory next.
Okay, Josh, on the outside of the bag, there is a large, small adjustable tether and a small, small adjustable tether.
Copy, Bob.
Inside the bag is a lot of stuff. There is a ret with a pit pin, a 9-inch hex driver, and a scoop.
Copy.
There's a long duration tie-down tether with an integral long wire tie attached to it.
Copy.
There is a ratchet wrench with a palm wheel with 2 rets in series.
Copy.
There is a gap spanner chain with a wire tie on an integral ret.
Copy.
There is an adjustable tether with a single onto a integral ret with a single scoop.
Copy.
There is a second adjustable with a scoop, to an integral ret with a scoop and a gap spanner chain.
Copy.
There is an additional gap spanner chain with an integral ret. And there is a ret attached to the inside of the bag. And then an additional scoop and a gas spanner chain combo, I believe. And I think that rounds it out.
Copy, Bob. Stand by.
Actually, one of the gap spanner chains appears to be on a ret. I don't know if I reported that as integral or not with the submarine here.
Does he have it prepared?
And Bob, we're still having a look here. Just give me 2 more seconds. And so, Bob, it sounds like we're down just one adjustable. We're wondering if it's possible that there's one extra adjustable in there hidden behind all that stuff that we may not have called.
Each of the adjustables, I believe, is on a... How many adjustables do you think you have to be?
And in total, we're looking for 3 internal adjustable equipment tethers. If it helps, one, in my mind, one would have a scoop, one would have a scoop and a gap spanner, and one is blank. I think that's what I heard from you.
I've got one with a scoop and blank. I've got one with a scoop and a gap spanner. I have a third with a scoop and gap spanner.
Okay, thank you, Bob. That solves it. We're good for you to pack the bag up.
Okay.
Video survey complete. Picking up the rebag and heading out.
Copy that, Chris. And just as you move there, Chris, it's really going to be your guys' call on this, who goes up the 3 Bravo BGA for that H fixture. We still need to get the crew log bag bundled to an APFR. So if it's easier, Chris, you guys want to do it, you can go ahead and do that. Just heads up on the safety tethers, because they'll probably end up crossing if you swap roles.
I think Bob should get to use the tools that he built.
I don't have any pride, though. Chris, if you're ready to go, either do it or take pictures or something, whatever you think.
You guys could also trade bags, so lots of options. We'll leave it to you.
All right. It was kind of fun, Bob. You should do it.
Okay. It was fun to inventory this bag. You should have inventoried this bag.
I should do it, huh?
You should do it. Definitely, you should do it. Obviously.
Now with completed cleanup, Bob Behnken will head to the 3BH fixture to begin its removal. Cassidy is now available to assist now that his 1AH fixture removal has completed.
Leave that back there. I'll take care of it. I'll move it over while you're...
I'll just bring it down if that's...
Oh, okay.
Makes sense. Like one hook away from having it free, so yeah, may as well just bring it. Okay. I have a red on it, and I'm going to bring it down. Sounds like the thing to do is go straight to the flyer combo.
I think so.
We
I
concur.
think so. The first hour of PET went by quickly. I guess we had about 10 minutes of display anomaly.
Yeah.
You getting out there around this corner where I am? Maybe I'm in your way.
Yeah, we'll have to manage the tethers here in just a second, I think.
Okay.
It appears that both crew members have made it to the work site.
And it's on the same adjustable as the combo wrench.
Okay.
So I might just move combo wrench and the flyer
Okay.
into one assembly. I think that'd be easier for you.
We copy, no concern.
Stuff.
The crew lock bag is bundled onto the PFR.
Okay, copy.
Copy, Bob. And Bob, can you just confirm that ingress aid was stowed?
The ingress aid was stowed. It was stowed on the previous EDA.
Copy, thanks.
So that's two adjustables, the plier and the wrench.
Okay.
And this wrench going to the bag, so. Okay. Okay, I see you rated, and I will release the bag rep. You've got it.
Okay, I've got those tools.
And then I think you need a trash bag.
I've got a trash bag.
Oh, that's right. And probably got to get out of your way. Yeah, I'm on the non-radiator side, yep.
You are now getting a helmet view from Bob Behnken. Once they finish prepping the work site, the two will work on removing the 3BH fixture.
Is there a dead end sign out there? Not to be.
Yeah. Don't see it. What body position did you use?
Kind of 90 degrees, like wrapped around, my belly wrapped around the canister. For the pliers. And then I put my feet parallel to the handrail, like we talked about, the push-pull method.
Okay.
For the wrench.
Should have given you the still camera.
Oh, yeah.
There's a GoPro right by your left
okay.
hand.
Okay.
Bob, we see you arrived at the work site. You'll want to tether that H fixture to a handrail and then prep the small trash bag.
The H fixture is tethered to the handrail.
Copy, Bob.
Put on the trash bag.
Roger. And Chris, we're just talking about timeline down here. We are ahead, so to us it makes sense for you to remain at the work site for a few extra minutes just in case another set of hands is needed.
We agree. No rush to go anywhere.
The trash bag is prepped.
Copy, Bob.
appears that it's still taking pictures.
Yeah, I agree.
We copy. Bob, Bravo 7, counterclockwise 1.
Copy. Bravo 7, counter 1.
One to 2 turns each, just breaking torque on all 4 bolts initially.
Copy.
Now at the 3BH fixture, Bob Behnken will go through the same procedures as Chris Cassidy, untightening the 4 bolts with the PGT and using the combo wrench and pliers to pry the fixture away from the GSE pad.
Is broke on the top left bolt. The top right.
Copy. What was the turn count on the first one?
A quarter turn.
Copy.
A full 1 to 2. Sorry, Josh, do you want a full 1 to 2 turns on each of these or just to break the torque?
And Bob, as long as the torque's broken, you're fine at a quarter, so we're good to keep going.
Top right is broken. Bottom left is broken.
Copy. Are they all about a quarter turns?
All 4 bolts, torque is broken, approximately 1.
Okay, we copy a quarter on all and all 4 broken. We'll move on to the normal bolt turning. So now we're going through all 4 bolts again. Order is at your discretion. We don't want to go past 12, so a maximum of 12 turns. So, 11 3/4 is what you have left on all 4.
Okay, copy. We'll start on the top left bolt.
Roger.
For you, Chris, these came off at about 8 or 9.
1 plus 9, 9. Yeah, 10, closer to 10. Although I think it truly was out maybe a half or a bit before that. Yeah.
Handing over in 20 seconds.
8 turns. I got this one.
Copy 8 turns.
Top left is out at 8 turns. Moving to the top right.
Copy.
We are currently in a handover as our tracking satellites move between one another. We're going to have views of the International Space Station Flight Control Room. The ISS is currently 262 statute miles above Mongolia.
And we're back with you. We'll be looking for the turns on the upper right bolt.
top right bolt is released at 9 turns. I think it came out a little bit before then, but you're pushing on the tool so you don't feel it. But 9 turns on the top right bolt.
Copy 9.
Even to the bottom left.
Roger.
You are currently going to view of Bob Behnken's helmet cam as he finishes up untightening bolts on the H fixture.
Copy 8.
The bottom right is released after 8 turns as well. You can kind of feel the bolts come loose. It stops having their alignment. The only thing I can feel, sometimes you can feel thread skipping. I couldn't feel that, but I could feel it was with my trying to maintain alignment. And
we copy. As Bob sews the PGT and preps the tools, the pliers, I guess, Chris, we need a glove hap and gauntlet when it's convenient.
Back, drag, gauntlet, big plate. Split. No change.
Copy.
Did you put both of the pliers in?
Yeah.
And then go for the wrench after you felt like it was released, so you didn't try to stage the wrench at all? Seems like it would just float out.
For me, the pliers were not going to go anywhere, but the wrench was going to float away. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There's that sun again.
Yeah.
Is there MLI covering your...
Yeah, on one side.
yeah.
you feel it kind of slide?
I think so.
Yeah.
With all bolts removed, Bob Behnken, it's now trying to pry the fixture away.
And Bob, same words that Chris and I were talking about. If it helps, it is deceiving to me how far in the pliers have to go. And in the WVS, it looks as though the top plier, it's free now, but where you had it, there's still room for it to go in probably another half an inch before it will engage the detent.
That's the side with the MLI, right?
Yeah.
That top one looks pretty good to us now, Bob.
I think I got them both in at the same distance. It does take some oomph.
Yeah, it does.
A little bit slippery on that MLI as well. Okay, so now for the wrench. It's free.
All right.
Nice.
Good job with the tools, guys. I wonder if we could, the next guy's color, put some markings on there so that you know how deep the pliers go.
Oh, yeah.
It's a good idea. We'll note it. Same thing here, Bob. We'll be taking the H fixture back to the bag with all your tools, obviously, and just looking to get some good footage of the GSE pad before you leave.
Success has happened. Both Chris Cassidy and Bob Behnken have removed the 1A and 3B H fixtures at their respective work sites.
And I'll get you some good pictures as well.
Sounds good, Bob.
What do you guys think? Bob, you need a hand, or should I make my way back to the APFR and stuff?
I think you could make your way back to at least back to your APFR.
Okay.
Right, and then
get that organized.
Yeah, and then if you were gonna, I think we had talked about dropping a PGT there, so there's something to do. Might as well do that now, or you could just stick to the airlock, I guess.
And we think those are all good words, Chris. We have you taking the IEA APFR and crew lock bag back to the airlock for the APFR swap. But if you did want to work in a PGT drop-off or setting up the APFR for Bob, that's all good too.
Okay. I like the idea of the PGT just going in this bag. Medium ORU bag. That's what you're talking about, right, Bob?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what it'll do.
We copy PGT into the ORU bag. And so then, Chris, just to make sure we're on the same page, big picture-wise, after you drop the PGT off, we show you collecting the IEA, APFR, and crew lock bag and taking it back to the airlock.
I concur.
Copy. And the one...
Yeah, I've got several...
Go ahead.
Several photos here. I was just trying to manage the light from my helmet lights to try to give you something. But there should be plenty of pictures.
Copy.
All right, Josh, I'm giving up my PGT and its RET. And I've also given up my adjustable to the H fixture.
Chris, we copy all and concur. In terms of equipment, Chris, one reminder we had for you was the MUT end effector. We think you have the GoPro still on you, but that the MUT was left back, so we'll want to take that with us when you pass it.
Yep, I got the MUT end effector and an adjustable from it on my body.
Copy.
And the pry bar is also in the bag.
Copy, pry bar in the bag.
Don't quite close it up because,
yeah, just going to close one thing. Unless you want me to leave it totally open.
Nope, I'm going to, you can close one thing, that sounds fine.
Yep, one thing closed.
And then for Bob, in terms of the bag that you're packing, we will look to inventory that when it's convenient for you.
Copy.
With the H fixture removed, Bob Behnken is now going to take pictures of the GSE pad or the work site that he's just removed the fixture.
I've retrieved the H fixture and its associated adjustable. And I will be making my way back down.
Copy, Bob.
Bob, your GoPro is right next to the bag, and I did turn it off for that battery conservation.
Thank you.
Copy, GoPro off.
All right, Josh, so I have with me my GoPro, end effector, and adjustable. That was all the GoPro assembly. And I have, I think I've tagged up with you, but I've given up a adjustable and from my PGT and my PGT.
Chris, we copy all. We're with you.
Ready to the APFR left bag bundle.
Copy, Chris.
Moving it.
We copy. And for Chris and Bob, there's the 2-hour mark, 2 hours. We're approximately 15 minutes ahead on timeline. We have a 7:05 PT limited right now by Bob's Maddox.
7:05.
Wow, that's a lot of. Cherish that number, my friend.
Yeah. 7:05.
Affirmative. And with that timeline discussion, Chris, if you concur, we think you definitely have the time here to make your way out to the ESP2 with 5 for the APFR exchange.
Okay, I concur. Bob, I'm going to head out unless you need something.
Nope, I'm just putting tools in the bag and then doing the inventory that you keep not getting to do.
We are currently 2 hours.
We'll need a glove, hap, and gauntlet, but your discretion, either before or after the inventory.
Okay. My hap is still dry. My gauntlets are both up. And my right glove looks to still be in steam condition. And no change on my left glove.
Copy, Bob.
Just looked back towards structure and there's this big bright red light and I was thinking, what the heck is that? I realized it's Ritz. Oh, it's Ritz.
Affirmative, it's on.
We are currently 2 hours and 1 minute into the spacewalk. The International Space Station is currently flying 260 statute miles above the North Pacific Ocean. We just heard Bob Behnken give a glove and hap check to ensure that there's no rips, scrapes, or stains on his gloves for continuing the spacewalk. I'm now going to toss it back to my colleague, Leah Cheshire.
An adjustable that I had previously retrieved from a fairly...
Copy, Bob.
Hook. Got it.
Thank you, Shaniqua. And we're coming up, actually, we just passed the 2-hour mark. In today's spacewalk, the astronauts set their suits to internal battery power this morning at 6:12 a.m. Central, 7:12 a.m. Eastern. It's been a successful spacewalk so far, and currently our spacewalkers, Chris Cassidy and Bob Behnken, are about 15 minutes ahead of the timeline. Their first task outside of the hatch was to install the RITS. That's the Robotics Tool Storage, a protective unit outside the station, providing thermal and physical protection for tools. They routed the associated cables for the RITS, and it is now powered on and working well. The astronauts then worked to remove the 1A H fixture. The H fixtures needed to be removed for future power system upgrades and were originally attached for ground processing the solar arrays prior to launch. After a little difficulty on the July 1st spacewalk with removing these H fixtures, we saw success today with the astronauts using a wrench and some pliers to remove those H fixtures.
Stand straight up.
Both the 1A H fixture and the 3B H fixture have been removed, and in the middle of those tasks, Bob Behnken also completed cleanup around the integrated electronics assembly, the work site for the previous 3 spacewalks.
Copy, Chris.
The astronauts are now cleaning up the current H fixture work site. You can see one H fixture floating in front of the helmet camera of Bob Behnken. Following this cleanup, they will head back to the airlock where they will conduct a safety tether reset in preparation for their next task. That next task will be preparing the Node 3 end cone, that's the Tranquility module, for the NanoRacks airlock. That will be the first commercial airlock on the space station and should launch on a SpaceX rocket later this fall. Following preparation of that work site, the duo will then begin cable routing. Following cable routing and a lens filter removal, today's spacewalk will be complete.
Okay, Josh, in the BMORU bag, I have a PGT number 2 with associated RET. That RET came from my swing arm. Got an adjustable tether to an H fixture. Got a second adjustable tether to an H fixture. I've got a RET to an adjustable with a combo wrench on it. Another adjustable with the 2 pliers. There's also a RET, a trash bag, and a RET to an adjustable with Tyler in Chris's PGT. With an additional RET with a hammer and a PRS pen tool and its associated sheath. Both PGTs have batteries and wobble sockets.
Copy, Bob. Bob, just to make sure, the 2 pliers on the adjustable, is that on a RET as well going into the bag, that adjustable?
Into the adjustable with the combo wrench.
Copy, it runs to the combo wrench.
There's also one single free available RET inside of the bag, just tethered with nothing on it.
Copy. And Bob, that's a good internal config on the bag. You can pack it.
If you're watching online with us today, you can join the conversation by using the hashtag AskNASA. Submit your questions and tune in. We might just be able to answer them on the air. This one is from Kate, who asks, on average, while conducting EVAs or spacewalks, how many hours worth of oxygen do astronauts have in their suits before they need to head back inside? A spacewalk can typically last anywhere from 6 to 8.5 hours because each spacewalk has 2 oxygen tanks. However, the amount of time an astronaut has using that oxygen varies based on their oxygen consumption and the carbon dioxide produced by the crew member. That carbon dioxide removal system allows for that longer spacewalk. So as some astronauts consume more oxygen than others, they have a longer amount of time outside the hatch.
What my goal is.
Affirmative. The goal is 6 Papa Papa F6 with the APFR and ingress aid in that with 5.
Copy all.
And Bob, big picture-wise, we'll be taking the bag over to the with 6 APFR. But before we leave the IEA for the last time, we want to verify the PVR pip pin in place.
Okay, copy. The external portions of this bag looks like it's got a large, small, and a small, small.
Copy, a large, small, and a small, small. We're checking. Bob, we're just trying to make sure we have all the adjustables we came out with. Can you confirm how many you have on your person before we head in?
I have one on my wrist and one on my mini workstation.
Copy.
Clocked at 6. The 2 black lines are aligned on the locking feature. Wiggle, pull. The APFR with ingress aid is installed.
Copy installed.
Quebec, moving Quebec to Papa.
Josh, I'm standing by.
And Bob, we're just trying to make sure on the adjustables. So the 2 fair leads you took out at the start of the day, we're tracking that one went to a bag and then ended up being used for a H fixture. Do you have the second one on you? Do you know?
The second one was just used for the second H fixture.
Copy. Bob, sorry, we're just doing a last-minute check. Stand by.
Teams here on the ground working with the astronauts to conduct tools and tether checks before heading on to their next task.
And Chris, when you're able, we just wanted to ask you how many total adjustables you have on your person, and then we're going to move on from it.
Better not. Not associated with this crew lock guard, you mean?
Yeah, it's affirmative on your mini workstation or your BRT.
0.
Copy 0.
6, Papa, box 6, the pitch joint is locked, and the ingress aid is flat against the boot plate. The wire tie was not moved.
Copy, Chris. Good config.
Okay, guys, I'm going to just go ahead and move to check the radiator pip pin, and then come back to the bag, and then clear out of here all at once.
Copy, Bob. And turns out we noticed the PVR pip pin in your WVS, so no need to head back over to it, and we're good for you to start translating.
Did you account for all the adjustables, or there's one more in this bag that I missed?
So we're still working on that. We think there might be one more in the bag that we missed. But to be clear, the consensus here is we'll get moving. We'll find it later.
I'm going to pick up my green hook.
Copy, Bob. So big picture here. Bob, you'll be taking the ORU bag and EP APFR over to the starboard seated cart. Chris, you'll be taking the APFR you just removed back to the airlock, and then once that's all done, we'll sync up for the tether work.
Okay, copy.
And my green hook is closed and locked onto my red wheel.
Copy, Bob. Good config.
Josh, what's the clocking for this extender?
Yeah, so at the WIF 11 WIF extender, we don't have specific settings required. We just need you to tell us how you leave it. Low profile is the best.
Well, this is the sticky one.
As our astronauts prepare for their next task, which is actually heading back to the airlock to do some safety tether resets, we have another Ask NASA question regarding the temperature outside the station. TJ asks, at what temperature does the sun hit your suits at the closest point to the sun, as opposed to the furthest point away before darkness? As you can see, it's currently dark outside the International Space Station because we are in an orbital nighttime, with the station orbiting 262 statute miles over the South Pacific Ocean. This means it can be negative 250 degrees outside. When in the sunlight, it can be 250 degrees positive outside. The astronauts have a special cooling garment underneath their suits, and they can constantly control the temperature to ensure they are either cool or warm whenever they are in or out of the sunlight.
And the blocking black lines are aligned on the WIF into the WIF extender, and the WIF extender is also confirmed. Locked in there. I think that's installed.
Copy, Chris. We concur. Good install. Chris, if just before you leave, make sure that pitch knob is popped out for us.
It is.
Copy.
Firm blocked. We'll open the thermal cover.
Your go for that. We see opening the thermal cover and stow in the bag.
My waist tether is closed and locked. The airlock D-ring extender.
Copy, waist.
The crew hook side is closed and locked on my right D-ring extender.
We copy, Chris. Good config.
Okay, Josh, I've got the ORU bag bundled to the APFR, and it's the APFR is tethered to my BRT. I'm going to release the APFR, throw it on my BRT.
We copy and concur, Bob.
And Josh, I'm going to take an adjustable from the outside of this crew lock bag and restock my BRT.
Copy that, Chris.
You know, my BRT has an adjustable on it.
Copy that. And so, big picture, gents, Bob, we show you headed to the APFR to install that, or CETA card rather, to make the install in WIF 5. Again, here we don't have any particular settings. We just want it low profile, and we'll look to hear those settings from you. And then for Chris, once you're complete with the bag ops there and the tether moves, we'll come back outside the airlock and walk through some of the pip pin inspection steps.
Okay. I'll let you know when I'm ready.
From NASA astronaut Bob Behnken's helmet camera, this view right here, you can see he's holding the APFR. That's the articulating portable foot restraint. That gives the astronauts a place to secure their footing and work from whenever at a different work site. He's going to be moving that to a different WIF or work site interface near the CETA cart. CETA stands for Crew and Equipment Translation Aid.
Chris. I'm headed back inboard.
Roger that. I am secured to the in a load path manner to the airlock gearing extender.
Copy.
We're currently in a satellite handover of our tracking data and relay satellite system, so you're checking out a view of the International Space Station Flight Control Room, where teams are monitoring systems aboard the station and the spacewalkers themselves. You might have noticed the crew members using GoPros throughout the spacewalk, and this question from Burton wonders what they are used for. The GoPros are used to capture video footage of the work sites before and after the astronauts' tasks are complete. That footage is afterwards sent to the ground for later evaluation. The GoPros also capture some pretty stunning video footage of the Earth, as recently shared by NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy on Facebook and Twitter.
Time and 10 EVAs going into the staging bay.
First time for everything.
Yep. Okay, Josh, I've got the still camera.
Copy, Chris. And so, Chris, like you're doing there, we see as many pictures as you can grab. And the first bullet that the team here was interested in is just looking to make sure that the grounding strap wasn't pinched behind the pip pin and that there wasn't any other kind of FOD behind it, preventing it from going all the way in.
Affirmative. Grounding strap is not pinched.
Copy that. The second question was looking for your thoughts on how or if it would be possible to tie the pip pin in place so that it couldn't come out. And options here were to secure the pip pin itself or to secure the lanyard that is connected to the tip pin. To install, tie down either of those with a wire tie. Let us know if you think that would work.
I'm trying to make sure I picture correctly the hatch closed. Hatch closed.
And Josh, I'm cleared to continue all the way to the CETA card, is that right?
Affirmative, Bob.
You want me to stop at this anchor point, okay?
This view from Chris Cassidy's helmet camera shows the astronaut is at the airlock of the International Space Station, where he and Bob Behnken egressed this morning. Cassidy is conducting a pip pin inspection, that stands for push and pull pin. Meanwhile, Behnken is on his way to the CETA cart, the Crew Equipment Translation Aid, to install an APFR. That's an articulating portable foot restraint. Once complete, he will join Cassidy at the airlock, and the two will conduct a tether reset before moving on to their next task, preparing the Tranquility module for the future installation of the NanoRacks airlock.
Chris, we see you taking lots of pictures. Thanks for that. Reminder here was that, if possible, we're looking for the still photos and GoPro.
3. One of the lanyards, I don't know if you, on the aft side hatch, there's an aft pit pin kind of back in there. The lanyard is wrapped around the spring mechanism. It's not part of the problem we're talking about, but I think it loosens up once the hatch closes.
Copy.
It's different from the other side is what I'm saying.
Roger that.
As Bob Behnken prepares to install this articulating portable foot restraint, you may be getting a glimpse at 2 small mirrors on his wrist. So good eye, Kess. He says he's currently watching the spacewalk and wondering what that mirror is. The primary reason the crew wears these mirrors on their wrists is to be able to see the front of their spacesuit because that's out of view. The labeling on the front of the spacesuit is written in mirror image because it's intended to be read via those mirrors. This helps the astronauts be able to see the switches and labeling on the front of the suit, including for things like volume, display contrast, and even their cooling settings.
Copy, Bob.
Clocking is 7. Clocking of 7. Pitches Papa Papa. Get you rolling, y'all, once the bag is off.
I copy 7, Papa Papa.
Feeling any better about that thing, Chris?
Well, instructions that don't move it in the bad direction, so they're both fully smushed in, you know?
Yeah.
So without moving anything, I'm not really getting any concrete data. I'm not advocating moving it. I'm just,
yeah.
Chris, we have an ask here if you can point at the aft issue that you were talking about with the lanyard. Just point at the aft lanyard in WVS. Thanks.
the other ones are nice and loose.
Okay, copy. Thanks. It's helpful. I have one more question for you, and that's just your thoughts as you look at that on a pip pin replacement. So if we were to try to replace the forward pip pin, how's the access, and specifically, do you have access to the bolt head tying down at the lanyard?
Yes. You need a kind of IVA tool, but I'm sure those can come up with that plan.
Okay, copy that.
I think you'd need, I think it's called a universal joint that allows the tool to bend in 2 axes.
Roger. And for Bob, when you're able to look to confirm that the back out.
Yes, the pitch knob was back out.
And we see it. We see your finger action on the pip pin, Chris.
What else can I do for you here, Josh? I think GoPro's complete.
Yeah, we're asking around the room, but it sounds like that's it for questions we have right now. Thanks very much.
And the remainder of the settings are Foxtrot 9, Josh, for the APFR with 5.
All right. Copy Fox 9er, Bob. Thank you. And so that's good. We're synced up at pretty much the same time between Bob and Chris. All we've got left to do is the anchor reset. So Bob, let us know when you're out there.
With Bob Behnken's APFR, or Articulating Portable Foot Restraint, installed, he is now moving back to the airlock to join Chris Cassidy, whose helmet camera view you see here, for a tether reset. We are 2 hours and 36 minutes into today's spacewalk.
Okay, I'm at the anchors.
Copy, Bob. So you can tether to Chris's anchor hook. It should be on 3061.
Copy.
And then Chris, when you're ready, you can give Bob a go to release your anchor hook.
I am tethered to your anchor hook.
Roger.
Okay. I'm ready.
Tethered in the airlock.
All right, and I'll confirm one more time. On the airlock D-ring extender, my waist tether is closed and locked on the big hook side, and closed and locked on my right waist tether, or D-ring extender on the crew hook side. I'm ready, Bob.
Okay. And go ahead, Josh, for the next.
Affirmative. So, Bob, you're going to release Chris's anchor, and it's going to go to your red reel where the green hook is attached.
Okay. Just for everybody's awareness, I'm going to actually attach it to the waist tether that is attached to my suit. With the waist tether on there, there's not room for another hook on there.
Copy, Bob. We're checking. And Bob, we're good with that.
Chris's anchor is closed and locked to my right waist tether hook, which is also closed and locked.
We copy, Bob. That's a good config. You can retrieve your anchor hook from 3060, stow it on your mini workstation.
Copy.
No cover's closed.
Copy, closed.
Okay, I've retrieved my anchor hook.
Copy, Bob. Your go to translate to the airlock. Reminder on both CETA carts to double tap basically the last brake that you pass.
Copy. You've got everything you need for the APFR, correct? With 5.
Affirmative.
Okay.
We are 2 hours and 40 minutes into today's spacewalk, and as we mentioned earlier, today you will not see any battery removal or replacement occurring, contrary to the previous 3 spacewalks. The astronauts moved speedily through those removal and replacement of nickel hydrogen to lithium ion batteries in the first 3 spacewalks, leaving time for these other upgrades. There is one final battery to be installed, a lithium-ion battery that is currently on the space station. The battery it will be replacing tripped last year and was rendered and was needed to be disposed of, so it was replaced with nickel hydrogen batteries. Those will be removed and replaced by that lithium-ion battery in a future spacewalk.
And Chris, just a comment on the camera without MLI. Our preference is that that one stays in the airlock just due to some thermal consids on it.
No problem.
I'm almost back with the other one, Chris.
Okay, then I got you in sight.
This view of NASA astronaut Bob Behnken on his way to the airlock to meet up with Chris Cassidy. You can tell this is Behnken by the red stripes around the legs on his spacesuit. That designates him as EV1, or the lead spacewalker for today. Today marks the 10th spacewalk for both Behnken and Cassidy.
Large ORU bag, and I'm bringing back a medium.
Concur.
And we can leave the medium outside, or does it need to go back to the airlock?
Let me ask, Bob.
I'm right here with I got a hook foot away from me. It can go in there.
Okay, sounds good.
Like 2 seconds. It's the same effort, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
Copy.
And we concur with that plan. We're also good for the medium ORU bag to stay outside, either option.
In this view from from Bob Behnken's helmet camera, you caught a glimpse of the blue Earth below. That's the South Atlantic Ocean as the International Space Station flies 268 statute miles above.
Ready.
Copy. in my BRT route.
Okay.
And you have the bag.
I've got the bag. I'm just going to real quick tidy up the camera.
Sounds good.
We copy.
Didn't melt. Okay. Camera without MOI is stowed in the staging bag.
Copy.
Going out, Chris, I'll get your picture.
Coming out. Where'd you go? Where?
I'm on the airlock.
A quick handover of that tracking data and relay satellite system. The astronauts are preparing to reset their safety tethers before heading out to continue the work for the day. The next task for them will be preparation for the future installation of a NanoRacks airlock.
Anchor hooks, I agree. Both my safer handles are down.
I can see both of your safer handles are down.
It looks like I got a non-retracting, just a little bit, a little. Okay.
We copy safers down. Can you just say again the remark about the non-retracting? Were you talking about a reel?
Take each other really out.
Take each other reel, it's fixed.
Okay, copy. We lost you there for a bit of a longer handover, but next up we'll do the anchor resets. Bob's, yours going to the forward external D-ring.
My hook is closed and locked from my green reel to the forward D-ring.
Copy, Bob. Take Chris's anchor hook to the aft D-ring.
Okay, that's in work. The two anchor hook D-ring.
We copy EV2's close and lock to the aft D-ring. Chris, Bob, when you guys are ready, Chris, you can give the go for Bob to, Chris, you'll release your waist tether from the airlock D-ring extender.
It's complete, thermal cover coming close.
Copy, close.
And I'm working on retrieving the large ORU bag.
Josh, what part of the world are we over?
Blue part.
There's a big brown part down there, too.
Yeah. I've got the large ORU bag onto my BRT. I think we play follow the leader.
Mm-hmm.
Copy,
No
Bob.
tree. Is it Africa?
You'd be amazed at how much discussion this is generating.
If you heard the NASA astronauts discussing where they might be coming up,
Africa, probably Angola.
Copy.
Okay.
they are approaching the coast of Africa, Angola specifically.
Isn't that? Okay, Bob, I think I'm ready to go if you are.
I am ready to go.
And going aft and up, and can put my tether in a way that suits you if you'd like.
Okay. That is low profile like you read about, Chris.
Hard for me to find material to read about that.
And we concur, go to translate, reminder on the Node 1 path to avoid CP12 WETA, the Node 1 bags, and the CETA light.
One bag and a CETA light. Okay, copy all. A quick check for Doug. I'll come on down here for a sec.
And Chris, we did lose your WVS. We think you might have bumped the power switch.
Oh, my bad. Under, keep going under.
Bob Behnken and Chris Cassidy are now on their way to their next work site. That's Node 3, or Tranquility. That's where the life support systems for the International Space Station are housed. They'll be working specifically at the end cone, as this is where the NanoRacks airlock will be delivered in the future. The airlock will be the first commercial airlock on the space station and will launch on a SpaceX rocket later this fall. Today, the astronauts will be preparing the area for that future installation.
Okay.
And Chris, as you approach Node 3, further caution to avoid touching the CBM pedals on beam.
Okay. Great. Covers on B.
Hey, friend, we have your WVS back.
Look at that.
WVS stands for Wireless Video System. That's the helmet camera view you're getting right now. This one is currently from Bob Behnken's helmet camera. Chris Cassidy just reset his so that we're receiving imagery from his helmet camera as well.
Right, son. Yep. Is that bright sun again?
Coming up on 3 hours into today's spacewalk, which started at 6:12 a.m. Central, 7:12 a.m. Eastern Time, a look back at what the astronauts have accomplished so far. Their first task of the day was to install the Robotics Tool Storage, or RITS, onto the mobile base system. The RITS is a protective storage unit outside the station for tools, and it will provide thermal and physical protection. Following that installation and cable routing, the duo moved to the 1A H fixture. Those H fixtures were used for ground processing of the solar arrays prior to launch, but needed to be removed for future power system upgrades. Following some trouble on the first attempt to remove those on July 1st, we saw a clean removal today of that 1A H fixture. In the meantime, Bob Behnken was cleaning up the integrated electronics assembly worksite from the previous 3 spacewalks. He then moved on to remove the 3B H fixture, another one of those fixtures originally used for ground processing. The astronauts cleaned up that work site and moved back to the airlock to reset their safety tethers. They are now en route to the Tranquility module, also known as Node 3, to prepare it for the NanoRacks airlock deliver later this year.
Field center disk cover in Node 3 itself.
Copy.
Chris, you're
Coming around the corner.
Roger.
Chris is green hook on 0652. And Bob, we had 0649 for your green hook, if that works.
Okay, copy.
I keep mine on the nadir side. You can flick from Bob, or would you really like it?
And Chris, no, it's your discretion. Just let us know where you drop it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just coming up on the other side, so I think we're naturally conflicted here.
I think it works out nicely. 0611.
And the astronauts have arrived at Node 3. You can see that end cone there. They will be removing and stowing the pressurized mating adapter cover. They will do some cable work and then tie back 3 axial shields.
And Chris and Bob, there's the 3-hour mark, 3 hours. We have 7-hour PET available, limited by MEDOX. PET available, limited by MEDOX. We're roughly 10 minutes ahead of timeline.
Need a hand up there, Bob, or anything?
No, I just need to get my green hook taken care of.
Yep.
Green hook is on 0649.
Copy, Bob.
I can undo this side and flop it towards you.
There's the cupola, so I need to get the bag all the way up on that side, right?
Yeah.
A view here of the International Space Station Flight Control Room, where teams are monitoring station systems and the astronauts' suits, as well as walking them through their tasks today.
Does PMA cover have a home on HTV?
We'll ask, I don't know.
It's not important.
The hinge side to handrail 607. Right, Josh?
And Bob, I missed the first part of your transmission, but if it's for the PMA bag, we plan to stow that up on 0654.
That's 1, so maybe one more radial over.
Yeah, it's basically the zenithmost point of Node 3.
0660.
Yeah, just to the aft of 0660. And we
right on top of this stuff.
As you can see, we don't currently have video communications with the International Space Station. These types of satellite handovers are tracked.
Opening up towards the vertical handrail 0660.
Copy.
However, as you can hear, we do still have audio communications with the station.
Okay, so it's tethered on this side. I'm going to release my ret. If it's convenient for you to get that side or not.
Where's the other desired spot?
0660.
60. Zenith.
I think the zenith.
It's complete.
Right now we're going to open up the bag.
We concur. And you'll be looking to take the crew lock bag and temp stow it. We were going to suggest handrail 0655. That's immediately stationed forward of your 0654.
And so I think we want to open maybe one end of it.
This side, this is the backstop side, right?
Okay. But then that should
hook this one. You gotta get the crew lock bag out.
Yeah.
You just want to get the crew lock bag out or no?
I'm about to find out.
Yeah.
And A
How
for
about that?
yeah, it's affirmative. We want to take the crew lock bag out and temp stow it forward of the ORU bag. We had handrail 0655.
Copy. I've got the crew lock bag. Out. Pass that to you.
Okay. That tether, here comes this integral tether.
And so, Chris, once you have that,
tether is secure.
we see it. Once the crew lock bag is down on its own tether, the tether running to the crew lock bag from the ORU bag is what we're going to run down to the PMA cover.
Copy.
Go.
You can see we've regained video from the International Space Station. NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy on your right and Bob Behnken on your left at Node 3, or the end cone of the Tranquility module.
PMA cover.
Their first task for this airlock preparation is to remove the PMA cover. That stands for Pressurized Mating Adapter.
Bag.
Copy that.
Can you guys hear me from inside?
Yeah, I got you.
Got you loud and clear, Doug.
It looks like they're coming back. You just had a drop out of 1 and 2. We should be coming back any minute.
Copy.
Nice to see you over there, Doug.
You guys are looking good.
That's the voice of NASA astronaut Bob Behnken, also on board the International Space Station, working from the inside today to support the spacewalk.
Try them on 3 and see what they want you to do.
Chris and Bob,
wait. Feathers released? I have 2 and an adjustable. 2 adjustables released, is that right?
That's correct. I'm ready to do this one too.
Okay. And that's just Velcro, right? Velcro.
And that would be the voice of Doug Hurley inside the International Space Station. Bob Behnken is down and to the left in the suit with the red stripe around the legs. And just behind him to the left is the Bigelow Expandable Activity Module, or BEAM.
This one to go.
Okay, and I have one right in front of me, okay?
Want me to do this one?
I wanted to do is see if there's any of this Velcro that's all over it. Because I found you found one down there.
I found 2. Here's another one.
Yeah, here's another one as well. And Josh, are you back with us?
And Bob, sorry about that. It looks like we are back with you now.
Loud and clear.
Got you loud and clear as well, Josh.
Okay, good news.
So all I see, Bob, is the adjustable in front of me and the adjustable in front of you.
Yep, I agree. Want to try to send that flap this way?
Absolutely, yeah. One more over there.
At the top.
I can go get it if you want to just stay there.
Yeah. And Josh, are you still with us?
And Bob, affirm, we are here. We're not sure how much of the comm we missed with you, but in terms of the big picture, you should have the large ORU bag stowed and a ret running from it to the PMA cover. Is that about right?
That's correct. And we have 2, one of the adjustables released, working on Velcro straps. And then once we get the Velcro straps released, we'll start working on making the blanket smaller and releasing a little bit more.
Copy, and we concur. Velcro, straps off, and then stuffing the cover into the bag.
You can see that PMA, or pressurized mating adapter cover, hovering there, and just below it the ORU bag, the orbital replacement unit bag, where it will be stored. That's the first task in the preparation of the NanoRacks airlock for future installation.
Yeah, see on that one?
Okay. You can still see the tether back to the bag?
I can, yep. And so I think this adjustable will be the next one.
Yep, sounds good. There's another strap here. Okay, so if I fold that into you,
yep.
You get that strap on it? Adjustable that you had?
Mm-hmm.
You get the same strap as
the hook.
Yeah.
You can tell it's warmer over here in my hand.
Yeah, definitely warmer.
Yeah.
Okay. Question is, we try to make it one more fold or not?
end of the pizza towards the crust.
So let me release this last adjustable. Okay. So this is to come into U, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's that thing?
Okay, I'm going to hold it. Get the adjustable. Pushing it. Anything to hook it to?
Hook it to. Hook.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, nice. Okay.
Now it should go back to the bag. I don't know if there's any point in trying to fold it one more time or not.
Maybe once it's right next to the bag.
Yeah. So that one is cinched up.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to go circumferentially around to the other side so I can be on the other side of the bag.
Okay.
And that Node 3 pressurized mating adapter cover removed, the astronauts are now working to stow it into the ORU bag.
"20 seconds to handover."
In this view, you've got your flight control team for the day. Allison Bollinger is the lead flight director down in the blue shirt and black jacket. To her right, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Joshua Kutrick serving as the ground IV and communicating the tasks from the ground to the International Space Station.
We just want to check that the bag is closed up, and then we're going to pause for glove and half inspections from each.
Okay, the bag is closed up. You got the backstop end is cinched too, right? So,
yep.
Cap is dry, so that's still good. And gloves-wise, my right glove still looks to be in good condition. Left glove, a little bit more RTD on the index finger. But other than that, no change.
Copy, Bob.
And EV2, dry hat. Gloves look really good, actually. I don't see any change at all.
Copy, Chris. So at this point, Chris, we're going to proceed with a cable tieback. This has you going in towards the center disk cover, and you're looking for the connection on the antenna side. It's 1004 plugged into, on the CBCS side, 1449. That's what we want to find and demate.
On the antenna side, 100. 1004, right here.
Affirmative. It should be plugged into 1449, and we're go for demate.
Chris Cassidy looking to disconnect and tie back the external wireless communications cable in this area.
Chris, for your positioning, once that demate is complete, 1004 will be getting tied back on the handrail that's sort of adjacent to your left boot. It'll be rail 0661.
0661.
Yeah, just on your left hand now. We show there being wire ties already there, a short one and a long one, and we'd like you to tie 1004 off to the white-taped long wire tie.
The white-taped long wire tie. Copy that.
And Bob, see you already over the center disc cover. We're going to be looking to pre-install one long wire tie on the Zenith CDC handhold.
Okay, first I'll put the cap on if that's okay.
Sounds good. It can mate to any cap.
Okay, there's only one available cap here.
Roger.
And then you want me to pre-install a wire tie to the Zenith.
Good words, Bob. Zenith CDC handhold, and the long side of that wire tie we want to bias towards the CBCS opening.
And Bob Behnken just mated one of the cables Cassidy disconnected to an empty cap. He will now tie it back with a wire tie to secure it.
And Chris, as you go about that tieback of 1004, looking to make sure that it stays clear of the CBM ring.
Roger. Ball's always right side up.
I don't know about that.
I don't know how this handrail got underneath the cable. Is this an on-orbit installed handrail? No? No, it's not.
And Chris, we don't think it is negative. Chris, further words on that tieback that we do. Shield 3 is going to be coming right on top of it, so as long as it's flat up against structure, we don't anticipate problems.
Okay.
This view from Chris Cassidy's helmet camera as he wire ties that cable back.
Back is complete.
Copy, Chris. Just finishing up some tiebacks with Bob. And Chris, if you wanted, you could position up by the crew lock bag. Next, you'll be retrieving 2 tether extenders for the shield tiebacks.
Copy.
In this view here, you have a great view, actually, of those shields that are about to be tied back by the astronauts.
Your go to remove it, Chris.
You can see the numbers 2, 3, and 4. Cassidy and Behnken will work simultaneously on shields 2 and 4 to tie those back and into place. And then Cassidy will move on to tie back shield 3 with Behnken's help. This is all in preparation for the arrival of the NanoRacks airlock later this year.
And Bob, we see you starting to wrap the wire tie around those 3 legs. Just a reminder to open up the flap before you do end up pulling it all the way back.
Copy.
Looks good, Bob. And so at this point, looking to capture all 3 of those 1449 cable legs into your one long wire tie and gently pull it back to the edge of the CBCS opening, back strongly enough so that it doesn't get in the way and weakly enough so that we don't deform, kind of right in the middle.
Copy.
Oh, it's picked in trivial.
And Chris, yeah, we concur. Chris, since you are working with pit pins already, well, a couple cautions there. Basically, the shields are good for tethers and translation when they're installed with the quarter turns, but once we start pulling them back, we want to limit any inputs onto the shields to 45 pounds force.
Okay.
Bob, checks for the end of your task, we'll be looking to confirm 3 half twists in the wire tie and then a WVS survey of the CVCS opening.
Okay. I've got that 3 half twists on the long wire tie. And it appears to be pulled over to the pretty well and kind of a little bit integrated with the caps over here. Because there's a bunch of big bundle. See that configuration.
Copy, Bob. Copy on the 3 half twists and copy on the WVS. We see it. It looks to be in a good config. And Bob, I just received final word. We're happy with the CBCS. So next for you would be up to the crew lock bag to retrieve 2 tether extenders in preparation for the shield tiebacks.
Okay.
And the crew will be moving on to tying back those shields that you can see numbered there, 2, 3, and 4. You also may have noticed it got darker outside the International Space Station. The station is flying 261 statute miles over the North Pacific Ocean in an orbital nighttime.
To the crew lock bag.
Copy.
As our astronauts continue this work preparing for the future NanoRacks airlock, we are still accepting Ask NASA questions. So if you're watching live, send us a tweet on Twitter with the hashtag AskNASA. This one from Haley asks, how does being underwater in the spacesuit at the NBL, or Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory, mimic the same concept as they do their actual spacewalks? You're onto something, because being underwater is the closest we can get on Earth to experiencing weightlessness or microgravity. Being in the spacesuits underwater also allows the astronauts to understand how it feels to maneuver in the suit in that type of environment.
First one, yeah.
Okay.
A bit of effort.
The Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory is a 6.2 million gallon pool here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas.
You got a red on it.
All right, I am ready. Actually, I think I'm supposed to be ready to the.
You want to be ready to this
other end? Yeah. Let me. Ready? Got it.
And Chris and Bob, just a possible efficiency for you. We're okay with going out of order. So the plan was for us to go shield by shield, but if it makes more sense for you guys to work together circumferentially around and just do all the pip pins, then the tiebacks, we're good with that as well. Just whatever's going to be easiest.
Probably some kind of hybrid. All right, I'm working on channel 3, and one pit pin is done, kind of the nadir side, and that tether loop is also installed, and also on that nadir loop is the grounding strap looped through strap.
Copy, Chris.
I'll go down to the other one on the opposite side.
Okay. On 4, I guess it is.
Yeah, 4. I don't think there's not enough room for both of us right there.
Yeah, I don't think so.
see what you mean. The strap is wider than the slot.
What I ended up having to do was take my pit pin and poke it. Yeah, once you get it initially through that first hole and the first part of the strap, and then it bunches all up. Okay. So Josh, I got both pit pins, both straps, and the grounding strap. I'm ready for quarter turn passing.
Copy both pit pins and the grounding strap on shield 3, Chris, and we concur.
I've got one of the pit pins on 4.
Copy 1 on 4.
And on to the second one.
Cassidy and Behnken are now working simultaneously on these axial shields, number 2 and 4.
Kind of bunched up, made a bunch up of the loop, and then once I got that opened, I kind of partially inserted the pin, and I was able to loop it around. Yeah.
Cassidy actually removing number 3 first, relaying some best practices to Bob Behnken as he continues to work to release number 4.
The chick is not getting any of it into the hole on the other side.
Right, exactly. That's what I was struggling with. Josh, do you want to do the tidying up, cinching up now on 3, or should I? Do you guys prefer?
Chris, we're taking a look right now. It looks good to us in the camera, as long as you're content that it is going to stay there. It does look good to us, and we're happy for you to move on.
No, I'm not happy with it. I was just getting ready to cinch. I was wondering if you wanted to wait on cinching 3 or just kind of okay.
Gotcha. No, we're go for you to cinch shield 3.
And Josh, remind me where the handrail that's good for the larks is.
Bob, you're broken. Say it again.
Just to remind me where the generate the lark snot from.
Copy. So on the kind of the top surface of the shield that you're looking at, there's two handholds, two shield handholds, and we're going to run one tether extender through each one. Lock's not there. Affirmative. I see it in your right hand.
So it needs to just go through Lark's. It's going to rerun through both of them, but just Lark's not through one, right?
Both will end up at the end with the Lark's not through each handhold.
Yeah.
Okay, so we use both tracks, right?
Yeah. Affirmative. And that looks good on the right, Bob.
As you can see, that third axial shield has been tied back and down out of the way. Cassidy is now working on axial shield number 2, while Behnken continues working on number 4.
And Bob, those two Lark's knots look good to us. For Bob, we just want to cinch the Lark's knots up nice and tight so that they don't have any compliance.
Copy. That captures the pit pin, shield 4.
Copy, Bob.
Okay, both pit pins on shield 2.
Chris, we copy both on 2.
As you can see, Bob Behnken has removed that shield number 4 and is working to tie it back.
Opposite side, you need tie back, eh?
Yeah, no problem.
And a final caution as we work towards having all the shields pulled back is to avoid the CVM sealing surface.
Okay. How long till daylight, Josh?
Looks like about 6 minutes, Bob.
Okay. Think about the inspection and doing that in the day.
And Bob, that's exactly right. From here, once everything's tied back, you'll be providing some video, doing the CBM sealing inspection, and then we'll be packing up to go back.
I think Shield 4 is complete.
Copy complete on 4.
Imagine that bag with 4 more adjustables in it. Yeah. It's going to be a lot to keep track of. They all look the same, these. So the next thing I can do, Josh, is just start getting ready for the inspection. It's probably a single person on top of the shield mask.
Bob, that's affirmative. What we have here is we'll anticipate Chris finishing off Shield 2, and if you can get the GoPro ready and turned on, we'll film some footage of the CVM sealing surface and give it a good inspection, looking for metal and anything with vertical relief.
Okay.
Bob Behnken has completed attaching the 4th shield. Chris Cassidy will now continue to work removing axial shield number 2. Once he has tied that back into position, the main work at this work site, Node 3 or the Tranquility module, will be completed. The astronauts will clean up before heading to their next tasks.
And for Chris, it's hard to see from here how far that shield's going to go when you pull it back, but we just want to make sure it doesn't end up covering your green hook.
Okay. Good reminder. Thank you.
And Bob, when you have a minute, we're hoping to look at the Shield 4 for some comments.
Go ahead with 4.
We just saw it moving a little bit. We wanted to make sure that the tether extenders don't have a chance of sliding up onto the dog rail portion of the handrails and putting more compliance into that shield. If you think there's a risk of that, we'd suggest moving the tethers further radially outbound.
Okay, I'll try to cinch it up a little bit more, trying to be careful not to pull too hard on those handrails.
Yeah, we concur. Another idea might go to go to a separate handrail, so one more radial outboard, so that the tether extender kind of opens up away from the shield at a wider angle.
Tag up panel 2. cockpit pins installed, 2 Larks nuts installed with the tethers. The grounding strap is through one of the tethers. Quarter turn fastener is released, and I am moving my green hook before I put this down.
We copy all, Chris. It's a good config. We're ready to tie it back. And we see you working, Bob, just to confirm that we don't put the safety tether over, sorry, the Lark's tether over a safety tether.
Okay. Is that how you want them? It's looser here.
And Bob, we think Shield 4 is in a good config. It's hard for us to see. We just want to make sure that there's no chance of it, the tether riding up and over onto the dog rail and then the shield coming up towards the stovepipe. But right now, we have the separation.
Yeah, it can't come up over the dog rail because it's hooked to the standoff, but I can't make it any snugger because of it's not long enough.
Reasons.
Physics.
Okay, if it can't come up over, that's the part we're not able to see from here, then we concur. I think it's good.
It can do is flop a little bit, but it is what it is without a cinching mechanism.
Yeah, the flopping is fine so long as it doesn't move inboard, but I think it looks like it's in place good.
Copy.
I have one too that's kind of between.
Yeah, we see it.
A good look at all 3 of those axial shields removed from the Node 3 end cone and tied back out of the way, preparing that space for the future installation of the NanoRacks airlock.
Okay.
You have a GoPro too, Chris?
Do, yeah.
You want to just put it in half and go around here?
Yeah.
I've only noticed one place on about this half that's got a little bit of something on it, like it's got a little bit of relief to it near the bolts.
Copy, Bob. And Bob, can you take a stab at what that could possibly be? We're interested in whether or not it appears to be metal or if it could be liquid or grease or something like that.
I would hesitate to calculate what it could be without, pushing on it a little bit. It looks like a speck, got a little bit of a shine to it, but a lubricant could do the same thing.
Copy.
Coming up on 4 hours into today's spacewalk, you can see the astronauts are at the Node 3 work site. That's the Tranquility module. They have just tied back 3 axial shields, preparing this space for the future installation of the NanoRacks airlock.
Nothing vertical on your side, and Bob, we're still assessing in video.
The crew is now taking footage of the work site to be relayed to the ground for future inspection.
This right here, or this bolt on this side, Chris.
They will then begin cleanup of the site before moving on to their next tasks, which involves cable routing.
And guys, we definitely have sufficient time here to try removing it with wipes or the scraper, but looking for your input on whether or not you think that's worth a try or something that could be effective.
Okay, I think we could try the scraper. And we can just go right away from the bolt hole. It's a pretty small fleck. I'm guessing that it's a dry lube, based on there are some other small flecks near the bolt that appear to be, I guess, some dry lube. So this one is a little bit bigger than that. It's bigger than a pinhead, so. But I think the thing to do is just the scraper.
Copy, Bob. And so, Bob, it sounds like we'll give that a try if you want to retrieve the scraper, the cats. I'll read some cautionary notes to you. Of course, don't touch the FOD, and be careful not to push or scrape debris into or towards the CBM bolts.
During their inspection of this Node 3 area, the astronauts discovered some FOD, or foreign orbital debris. They will attempt to use a tape scraper to remove that.
Get into this side of the crew lock bag.
Yeah.
A short satellite handover here, and you are looking at a view of the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Houston, Texas. The International Space Station is currently flying 268 statute miles over South Pacific Ocean.
Okay.
It's going to be one of those things that comes off with a little bit of a little push.
Yeah.
sunny over here.
She's not here.
She is.
Oh, John, camera, while you do it. And I need the light on a certain angle to find it.
Yeah.
Chris and Bob, there's 4 hours. 4 hours. We have a 7-hour PET available, limited by Bob's Medox. We're on timeline. If we pause here for the FOD, we'll probably be slightly below, but lots of time remaining. And as we see you working there, just a reminder to scrape away from the CBM bolts. We want to avoid contact with any RTLs or latches, and do not use the wipe to clean the CBM sealing surface.
Okay, it's removed. It was definitely shiny, like it was metallic. Just a little bit of a bump, and it floated away.
We copy. And Bob, with you out there with the tools, looking for a final inspection and confirmatory that the ring now looks good.
Your half of the ring looked good, right, Chris?
A-firm, yep.
My half of the ring looks good as well. I don't see anything protruding above the plane of the CBM on internal or external.
Copy, Bob.
Okay, so is the next to recover the large ORU bag and bring it to the airlock?
That's affirmative, Bob. All of that. You need the scoop first out of the crew lock bag, and then you're taking the ORU back to the airlock. Chris, next up for you will be an inventory of the crew lock bag.
Roger. I'll just take the scoop, Bob, and I'll take both these bags back to the airlock and pick up.
Sure. Sounds good.
We copy.
And that foreign object debris easily removed by the scraper used by Bob Behnken.
Sorry. A little crazy.
That wraps up the tasks here at the Node 3 work site.
I have the scoop.
You got the scoop.
Bob will ask for a glove and half just before you pick your green hookup.
Copy.
Ready, Josh? Crew lock bag.
We're ready, Chris.
There's 4 integral rets. 3 of them are blank. One of them has a 2 extender chain. There's a small ret that's empty. Just to have the scoop, I believe. There's a ret to an adjustable with a wipe and scraper. And then a ret to an adjustable with 2 wire ties. It's complete on the inside.
And Chris, the inside of the bag looks good. Just let me know what's on the outside.
Let me do a little removing my own threat from that. Super.
I tried to take some pictures of the VM surface as well as of inventorying.
We appreciate it.
And on the outside of the bag is just a large, small adjustable.
That's a good inventory, Chris, on the crew lock bag. So from here, Chris packing everything up to take both bags back, and Bob basically just heading straight out to your next work site. I can take a glove and a half from each of you when ready.
Copy. My hat was dry. And my right glove still clean. Left glove, same flap on the index finger. That's it.
Copy,
I'll
Bob.
recover my green hook.
Copy.
And for EV2, dry hat. Those are no change at all. They look really good.
Copy, Chris.
We are now 4 hours and 10 minutes into today's spacewalk, which started when our astronauts Chris Cassidy and Bob Behnken switched their suits to internal power at 6:12 a.m. Central Time this morning, 7:12 a.m. Eastern. So far, the astronauts have accomplished a number of tasks, the first being the installation of RITS. RITS is that robotics tool storage, which is a protective storage unit outside the International Space Station. There was also some cable routing associated with that installation. The astronauts then moved on to remove the H fixtures. One was the 1A H fixture. These were used for ground processing the solar arrays prior to their launch, but needed to be removed prior to future power system upgrades.
One on my BRT.
We copy.
On the first attempt to remove those H fixtures on July 1st, the astronauts ran into a little bit of trouble, but they were able to remove them cleanly and quickly today. As Cassidy worked to remove the 1AH fixture, Bob Behnken completed some cleanup at the Integrated Electronics Assembly, where the most recent 3 spacewalks have occurred. He then moved over to remove the 3BH fixture, another successful removal. Both astronauts headed back to the airlock for a safety tether reset before moving to Node 3, or Tranquility. Once they reached Tranquility, they began to prepare the area for a NanoRacks airlock to be installed once it arrives later this year. The next work for the astronauts will be more cable routing. Chris Cassidy will work to route the CP3 Ethernet cable, while Bob Behnken works to route the CP13 Ethernet cable.
Across node 1.
Copy, Bob.
After completing his cable routing, Bob Behnken will then work to remove a lens filter on one of the cameras outside of the International Space Station.
If you'll notice, I did put some fair leads in on your tether. Start heading back. Okay.
We are still taking your Ask NASA questions today, so don't be shy. Submit those on Twitter with the hashtag AskNASA and tune in to see if it was answered on air. In this one, our user would like to know if the spacewalkers have time for a snack or have any drinks within their suits. While there is no food available for the astronaut in their spacesuit, they do prefer to eat before the spacewalk. However, there is the option for the astronauts to drink inside their suits. There's a plastic water-filled pouch attached to the inside of the hard upper torso, or the largest part of the upper part of the spacesuit. There's a plastic tube with a valve that sticks out of the bag, and that can be adjusted to sit near the astronaut's mouth. Biting that valve opens the tube so the spacewalker can take a drink, and releasing the bite closes the valve once again.
Okay, I've got my greenhouse.
Copy, Chris.
Heading back.
Roger.
I'm passing up the airlock. You need to do anything here, Chris?
I don't think so. I'm just gonna open the thermal cover, put this one in, and grab the reel.
Reel bag.
Yeah.
We copy, Bob. Go to translate for CP13.
Copy. To see the spur.
Roger.
A rare view of the outside of the cupola module in this shot. You can see it up near the top of your screen with the numbers 1 and 2 on those windows. The cupola is essentially the bay window of the space station. We often get pictures from the astronauts taking photos of the Earth from the cupola, but we don't always get a view from the outside.
Okay, on to node 1.
Copy, Chris.
Okay, I'm on S0.
Copy.
thermal cover coming open.
Copy, Chris.
And Josh, where was the green hook suggested location?
And Bob, we actually had you not dropping the green hook during this, but if you need to, just let us know where you want.
Okay. I've arrived at the CP13 cable bundle.
Copy, Bob. It should be on about handrail 0269, and that's the wire tie we'll be looking to release one twist from.
Copy. Let me go ahead and drop my green hook down here just so that it doesn't keep windshield wipering across the...
We copy.
So the green hook,
Large ORU bag and crew lock bag are in the airlock, and I have P3 reel.
Copy, Chris. We'll need a safer handle check once you're down and out of the airlock again.
It's complete, both are down.
Copy, Chris. We can close the thermal cover and head out to your X-Work site, the RAS nest.
okay, my green hook is on 0270 alpha.
Copy, Bob. Green on 0270 alpha.
Thermal cover closed. Heading out.
Copy, Chris.
Copy, Chris.
And Bob, just to be sure, the cable you pick up to route should be labeled as Whiskey 4300.
Copy. Whiskey 4300, and there's also a wire tie that's labeled 13.
Copy, Bob. And so, Bob, as you know, we're just going to route that cable starboard across the top of the lab. Your choice on the handrail locations, but let us know where you drop the wire ties.
Copy.
And Bob, as you are getting closer to the CP13 camera, 2 cautions. As a reminder, do not use the WC antennas as a handhold and avoid inadvertent contact with that camera and light.
Copy. Okay, I'm in the rat's nest at the spider cable.
Affirmative, Chris. So I believe you're looking for the same bundle as you had last time. It'll be the starboard bundle. We're trying to identify W4300 as the one that we're going to take and mate to your cable.
4300 on the J4 connector. And Josh, it looks like this cable doesn't reach.
Copy, Bob. We're looking.
Makes it to handrail 272.
Okay, we copy you're at 272. We'll have a look here. We're probably going to end up wanting to go back and make sure that there's no unnecessary fair leads in taking that cable up. Bob, we were going to suggest that you kind of just temp secure that cable right where you are on the handrail that you have, and then we're going to work back up the lab, up the port side to see if we can find any slack to push forward.
Copy. Gosh, I have Whiskey 4300 J4. Cap removed. Cap removes on the real P4. There's no FOD. The pins are straight. EMI bands are good.
Copy, Chris. That sounds good. Your go to mate J4 W4300 to P4 W4293.
It's mated. And I'll start making my way out of here.
And just Josh, double checking, W4300 is the cable that I've got.
And we've double checked, Bob. That's the correct cable.
Okay. Working my way back.
And Chris, we'll probably focus on finding room in Bob's cable at this point, but for you, you're basically following the same route you followed out on EVA2, and we're not picky on which handrails you use. We just ask that you report them.
Okay. I think I'm self-sufficient. I'll chime in if I need anything.
Copy.
like the SPDM is right here.
Copy.
Are you expecting this cable to go underneath that trunnion pin cover? The cable isn't continuously labeled, so I'm trying to make sure that I can visually still back of it.
We think it should be right there by the trunnion pin.
Copy. Bob, stand by.
This view from Bob Behnken's helmet camera as he works to route the CP13 Ethernet cable.
To the trunnion.
It's adjacent to the trunnion and continues around the circumference.
That's the correct routing.
Just can you guys give me a big picture of where this cable routes?
And we can, Bob. We're just trying to make sure we get you the exact right words.
Okay, I'll stand by.
So we need to verify that.
Okay, so Bob, we think we're looking at the correct cable plan here, and basically from the rat's nest, that cable should run port across the top of the lab, nadir, and then once it's sort of a quarter way around the lab is where it takes off towards station forward. That's the big picture. In terms of looking for ideas of slack, we'll take a confirmation from you, but we think there might be a bundle of this wire on handrail 240. That's sort of port side of the lab just before you get to the end cone, 24 or 260. And our thought was that if there is a bundle, we might be able to do that, undo that, and secure some more length that way.
Okay.
And Bob, additional to that, so reference the trunnion pin that we were looking at earlier. There's a handrail near the trunnion pin. I think it's just aft of it. It's handrail 226, and we're curious to know if there's slack bundled there as well.
At 226, I don't believe there is any slack. I'll make my way all the way over there, but from this angle, it doesn't look like any.
Okay, copy. We'll take a look anyway, and then, like I said, that's our first idea. If there's no slack there, then I think unfortunately we're gonna be stuck with continuing to trace the cable station aft, and that's where we'll go have a look at that second handrail 240 and see if we can find any slack there.
I found like a coil. There was a coil here at handrail 226, single coil.
So if we can confirm that that coil is in cable 4300, then we should be able to undo that, I believe. Yeah, the key, and I understand, is the difficult part is to make sure we're on 4300.
Yeah, and I think that cable at this point appears to go into a Y. It's another cable. It is labeled 4300. Got a visual on the label, and then that joins a bundle, a larger cable.
And copy, Bob, that's helpful. So that is the correct wire. We understand it runs into the Y and then the bundle. And words here, we want to push any slack we can get out of that forward towards CP13.
It's not really a move the slack forward, but the cable itself is a 3/4 inch diameter cable that goes off in both directions. So I'll start working that little bit of slack that is available back towards CP13.
Copy.
Josh, I'm on the cable highway. No deviations from the previous laydown. Each wire tie's been the same.
Copy, Chris. That makes it simple. Your end stow point is 3222.
Long ways from here, though.
Roger that.
Just for your essay, I'm at the point past the cedar spur where the cable makes the dog leg forward.
Copy.
We're at the 4-hour, 38-minute mark in today's spacewalk. Both astronauts working to route Ethernet cables. You've got a view here from NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy's helmet camera. These Ethernet cables will relay data from payloads on the International Space Station to their various customers.
Bob, appreciate you tracing that cable back. We're still taking a deep dive on where we might be able to find some extra slack in this system, but nothing for you right now.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and I've got the couple of additional coils of slack out of the cable at this point. I will, or slack added to the end. I'm going to go ahead and secure this wire tie just so that the cable, in case it's long enough, is secured. It's going to be an extensive job to undo that other cable and try to reposition that Y.
Okay, we copy.
And I don't think there's much I can do with that.
We copy and concur.
Asking for an extension cord.
Yeah.
Okay, how do you guys feel about shortcutting the cable instead of going around the circumference from this point going diagonal a little bit on the end cone?
And that's, hey, actually we're go on that plan.
Okay. I don't know if that'll give us a little bit.
Yeah, it'll give us some. That question had been asked, we were waiting on an answer, but it sounds like we're go for that. So let's see if that gets the extra foot or two.
Teams here on the ground working with Bob Behnken, this view from his camera outside the International Space Station. He is routing the CP13 Ethernet cable, and they're working to ensure he can get the full length of that cable necessary. We also have another Ask NASA question from social media. This one from Victoria, who asks what type of preparation the astronauts do before suiting up and getting ready to head out. Do they eat anything for sustained energy? The astronauts do prefer to eat before they head out of the door, considering it can be 8 or more hours before they are able to replenish themselves once they get back into the airlock.
Just one additional thought here is that we think we only need to get to the base of the stanchion itself because on the camera, the pigtail boom is what we're going to mate to the cable, and that has some length in it, roughly equivalent to the stanchion. So if we can just make the base of the stanchion, we think we might be able to make the connection.
Okay, copy.
However, another task that the astronauts complete before they suit up includes pre-breathing. That consists of 2 phases, and in the first, the crew breathes 100% oxygen through a mask to begin purging the nitrogen from their bodies. In the second phase is when the crew actually gets into their spacesuits and conducts that in-suit light exercise, or ISLE. They move their arms and legs and raise their metabolic rate just slightly, but it helps speed up and get rid of the excess nitrogen.
And Bob, from what we're seeing in your WVS, it looks like that's going to work.
Copy.
I think we are going to want to end up going back and just securing the wire ties along the forward end cone of the lab to kind of tuck the cable down and flush against it, but we have lots of time.
Copy. Okay, I've got it wire tied to the racetrack, and there's about, it's the connector does make it to the base of the stanchion. That's as far as it'll reach. We'll go back and tidy up the cable.
And Bob, we're happy with the cable, so we're ready for you to tighten up the wire ties and that on the forward edge cone. We also wanted to offer it up to you while you're out here if you want to go straight ahead and take that cover off now from the camera. We're good with that, whatever's easiest.
Okay, I'll go ahead and go for the cover at this point.
Copy. And so, Bob, with you moving on to the lens filter removal, a couple reminders: avoid contact with the light and the camera, minimize all loads into the PTU joint, and avoid imparting kick loads above the launch restraint bolts.
Okay, copy.
And you just saw the completion of Bob Behnken's routing that CP13 Ethernet cable. He's now moving on to remove a lens filter from a camera. Meanwhile, Chris Cassidy is also working on routing an Ethernet cable, the CP3 cable to be specific. This view is from his helmet camera, continuing to work as the International Space Station flies 262 statute miles over the Caspian Sea.
Just a reminder, Bob, to have your trash bag ready. It'll be non-captive when you get it off.
I've got my trash bag ready.
Copy, and we're 20 seconds from the handover.
Copy.
This view from Bob Behnken's helmet camera as he prepares to remove that lens filter from this camera outside the International Space Station. We've got a quick handover, but we are approaching the 4-hour and 50-minute mark into today's spacewalk, which began at 6:12 a.m. Central Time, 7:12 a.m. Eastern. The astronauts have accomplished all of their scheduled tasks to this point, including the installation of the RITS, or robotics tool storage.
Copy, Bob. Good words. Last thing will be to verify the lens hood is square with the camera.
And confirmation from Bob Behnken that the lens filter has been removed.
Yeah, we're still looking to pick it up on the other side of the handover, so not WVS, but if it looks square to you, we're good with it.
Okay. It looks square, yeah, it did not move.
Copy, Bob. In that case, with respect to 4300, what we're looking to do, as discussed, is just tighten it up in the wire ties that are existing, and then, if you can, take some closeout photos for us so we're 100% certain of the new routing, and that should complete the task.
Bob Behnken is going to make his way back to that cable he routed earlier. He'll be taking some photos so the teams on the ground can verify the new route of that cable while also installing some wire ties along the way.
My own little happy world.
We copy, and with that, a good time. Chris, for the reminders, avoid contact with the TARS beam near CP3 and verify the cable is clear of the TARS rotational envelope.
See that, it's going to lay right on top. It is laying right on top of the previous laid cable, and confirm it is all clear.
Copy.
So far.
Josh, I will put in one wire tie on handrail 0272.
Copy, Bob.
And the cable itself is going to go inboard of the two antennas. If you continue the cable routing, I think I can't put it over the top of those.
And Bob, we copy. Still no WVS here, but we're good with that routing.
Okay. Go ahead and take the green light, and yeah, I got a green light.
Josh, what's my ending handrail? 2, right? 32222.
And Chris, affirm 322222. And for Bob, that the issue's on us with KU. It's not you.
Copy.
And Chris, on that handrail 3222, we want to use 2 wire ties to secure the bundle.
Yeah, 2 wire ties. And that is where I am right now, 3222.
Copy.
As you can see, we do not have video communication with the International Space Station currently, as we are in a satellite handover. However, we do have audio communication, and teams here on the ground, specifically Ground IV Josh Kutrick, a Canadian Space Agency astronaut there in the center of your screen, is communicating with Chris Cassidy, astronaut outside the International Space Station on today's spacewalk. Cassidy has been working to route a CP3 Ethernet cable along the outside of the station. He's now approaching the end of that task, working to stow the bundle, the cable bundle, to a specific handrail outside the station. With sunset approaching, you can see NASA astronaut Bob Behnken. You can tell it's him with those red rings around the legs of his spacesuit. That designates him as Spacewalker 1, with the backdrop of our mega solar arrays. Both he and fellow spacewalker today, Chris Cassidy, are on their 10th spacewalk.
Yeah, I'm pointing the GoPro along the length of the cable. On the port side, there is a strut or a cable tray of some sort that comes across. The cable goes underneath that into the original handrail. It was tethered to, and then that original tether where it was holding the bundle is still captive of the cable, and I basically had this shortcut underneath the following two handrails, straight up and over that handrail that I gave you the number of that I installed the wire tie on. Basically, I ended up skipping two of the circumferential handrails to get to that location.
And Bob, we copy. We do have your WVS back yet. We think that's a good. We're checking on the fact that, like you said, you skipped two of the circumferential handrails. We'll get right back to you on that.
The cable is as secure as the other cables that are out here.
Copy.
For what it's worth.
Okay, 3222. 2 wire ties in the roll-up bundle. It is at no risk of interfering with the charge rotational envelope.
Copy, Chris. It looks good. We're still waiting on one go back with Bob, so it might be a good time for the final club and hap check.
Hap dry. Clubs look good. They survived the wire tie. Great.
Ooh.
Copy, Chris.
I can just go for a wire tie and try to secure, add one more wire tie to the radial handrail 280. That will help the cause.
And Bob, not needed. We're getting word that we're happy with the routing. We weren't overly concerned with how the cable was tied down. There was a question here about how it ran across the forward micro MMOD shield, but we're content with it now and happy to head back in.
Happy.
And so that with that, guys, a couple cleanup items. Bob, we check you heading back in, and Chris, just before you make your way in, we're ready for the inventory of that reel bag whenever you are.
Oh boy, okay.
Do you need a glove and hat from me, Josh, or you can do that? Don't stop right now before I pick up my green hook and head back.
And Bob, affirm, we'll take it now.
My hap is dry. RTV on my left hand looks about the same, just a flap on the index finger. And there is a little bit more off of the palm, kind of in the, right below the base of the index finger. And my right glove still looks to be pristine.
Okay.
To my green hook and then start making my way back.
Copy, Bob, and we concur. Green hook up and back to the airlock. For Bob and Chris, we just passed the 5-hour mark, 5 hours. We're still good out to a 7-hour PET, but obviously we're on the way back in.
Copy.
Teams here on the ground confirming they are satisfied with the work Bob Behnken has conducted routing that Ethernet cable.
Josh, you ready?
We're ready.
Okay. You have the reel bag itself. On the outside, there is a wire tie caddy with 9 wire ties in it. There are 2 adjustables going from the wire tie caddy attached to the bag. There is a long duration tie down tether. And there is an adjustable, a cap and a plug. And the
Copy, Chris. That's a good config on the bag.
Plug remains on the end of the cable we just paid out.
Yeah, we concur. Good bag.
Okay.
Thanks, they are.
And you just heard NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy, the commander of the International Space Station, reporting out on the inventory of his reel bag.
We have all the camera gear with us, so 2 GoPros and a still camera between the 2 of you.
That's affirmative. I've got a still camera and a GoPro.
And I have a GoPro, a mutt, and adjustable.
Sounds good.
I guess there's a red on there too. Yeah, red on there too.
Copy.
Yeah, I've retrieved my green hook.
Copy, Bob.
Just for
As you can see from Commander Chris Cassidy's helmet camera, he is now on his way back in toward the airlock. We're at 5 hours and 8 minutes into today's spacewalk. Let's take a look back at everything the astronauts have accomplished. Today was scheduled to be a battery replacement spacewalk. However, the first 3 of this series of 4, the astronauts worked so swiftly that they completed those battery removal and replacements in the last spacewalk. There's still one more battery that needs to be installed. It's already on the International Space Station following a lithium-ion battery tripping last year. It will be installed in a future spacewalk. But today, the astronauts made it on internal battery power at 6:12 a.m. Central Time, 7:12 a.m. Eastern Time. Their first task was to install the RITS, or the Robotics Tool Storage, a protective storage unit outside the space station. It's permanently installed now to the Mobile Base System, or MBS. Inside the RITS are 2 RELs. That stands for Robotics External Leak Locators. Those are attached to the inside of the RITS, and the RELs can be picked up by the Special Purpose Dexterous Manipulator. That's Dexter. It's essentially the hand of the Canadarm2, and those RELs can be used to detect ammonia leaks on the outside of the space station. Following installation of the RITS and the necessary cables needing to be routed, the astronauts moved on to remove some H fixtures.
my waist tether is closed and locked on the airlock D-ring extender with my anchor hook, and my right waist tether, my right D-ring extender has the crew lock side closed and locked. Debris, I'm gonna unhook my tether.
Chris, we copy you closed and locked to the airlock D-ring extender, and you have a go to release your anchor.
Copy. Hey, Bob, I see you there.
The astronauts' second task they accomplished today was the removal of the 1AH fixture.
Put this scoop in there.
This was first attempted on July 1st and was met with some trouble, but with the proper tools today, the astronauts were able to release those H fixtures for future power system upgrades.
The other side has it. Okay. I see the gates closed.
As Chris Cassidy removed that 1AH fixture, Bob Behnken worked to clean up the integrated electronics assembly from the previous 3 spacewalks. He then moved to the 3BH fixture and removed that smoothly as well.
Roger.
Both astronauts then made their way back to the airlock for a safety tether reset, preparing them for the next task. That task was preparation of Node 3's end cone, also known as Tranquility, for the attachment of the NanoRacks airlock later this year. The NanoRacks airlock will arrive on a SpaceX rocket later this fall, and it will be the first commercial airlock on the space station.
Colonel Behnken.
You can see the astronauts now heading into the airlock once again, but now because all of their tasks are complete.
Right. I'm in. Copy. Transition to the airlock ring extender.
Following the preparation of the Node 3 end cone, which included tying back 3 axial shields, both astronauts went on to route Ethernet cables. Chris Cassidy focused on the CP3 Ethernet cable, while Behnken worked on routing the CP13 cable. He then also removed a lens filter from the CP13 area.
My left waist tether is closed and locked to the airlock D-ring extender.
Copy that, Bob. With that, you can pick up your anchor, stow it on your mini workstation.
Complete.
And Bob, can we just we just want to verify the small hook of your waist tether is to your D-ring extender locked.
It is closed and locked. My D-ring extender.
Copy that. We'll pick the anchor up, ingress, and a reminder to have one final look at that pit pin as you go by it, please.
Okay. Okay, I don't see the pit pin. Yeah, it's not installed. Like it's floated over here to the back.
And Bob, we copy, and we're looking in your WVS.
I've reinstalled the pit pin.
Copy, Bob. Thanks.
I floated all the way over behind this white little in the hole that's on that support.
Roger.
Anything else, Josh?
I'm just looking around the room one last time, standby. And Bob, if you don't mind, since we do have lots of time, we're at 5:15, we would like you to take that pit pin out again, actuate the detent mechanism, and just see if you can see whether or not the ball detents are working and moving.
Okay.
Workstation clean. You want me to take anything?
I think I'm pretty good. I could turn off the GoPro, but I think that would be probably not worth the effort.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm able to actuate the pip pin when it is not installed. And kind of, what you can't do is I can pull it back out. You can see that on my WVS.
Yeah, we can see it.
I can pull it out. Then when I push it in, it stays in. Might be a way to push it in and then try to hold on to the collar when I reinsert it.
We're happy for you to give that a try.
Okay, so if I insert the pip pin and hold on to the collar, I can get it to get stuck in there. I can pull out the spring mechanism. I don't know how long it will stay like that because it just needs to get bumped and then it will compress again. But it's captive if it gets snagged right now. But if you push it in, it will stay that way. Could cycle it several times just to see if we can get it to pop back out. I don't know if that's of value to you or not.
Okay, thanks, Bob. That's very valuable. Yeah, very good info. We can see it in your WVS, and I think we're pretty much finished up with it. So we'll leave it inserted as best you can, and that'll be it.
With Chris Cassidy now inside the airlock, this is a view from the helmet camera of Bob Behnken. He's troubleshooting a PIP pin. That stands for push and pull.
And so, Bob, unable to see, but you are going to close the thermal cover and attach the Velcro strap.
And Bob Behnken is now also heading back inside the airlock with a go to close that thermal cover.
The large RU bag is large now, isn't it? Yeah.
And this view inside the International Space Station.
And Bob, I think you're looking at the same thing as us. Similar to last time, if you can, hold the handrail and try to pop it back out to get rid of that gap in the thermal cover.
A view back inside from Bob Behnken's helmet camera. You can see that thermal cover of the hatch is closed.
Gosh, I've cycled it several times. It's about the extent of it. I'm trying.
Okay, copy, Bob. Thanks. It sounds like the limit is 5 inches, but that looks to be, it's certainly less than it was. So.
Yeah, it looks all about the same to me. It's probably about 3 inches or less on the forward side and maybe 4 on the aft.
Copy. Yeah, we're going to continue inbound. So Bob and Chris onto the SCU steps You can remove your SCUs from the storage pouches, remove your DCM covers, Velcro to the DCM, and connect your SCUs. Let me know when that's done.
Yeah, that's in work.
Copy in work.
Just trying to keep your feet from down into the thermal cover there.
Oh, okay.
My SCU is locked.
U2 SCU locked.
Copy, locked on both.
And this view from the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock.
To off, forward, and expect a water off message.
Water is off.
Water off.
Copy. We're starting the timer.
That's NASA astronaut Doug Hurley awaiting his crewmates. They're currently in the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock.
Good.
Still waiting on the opportunity to close the hatch. However, the spacewalk does not end until repressurization begins.
A lot of bags in here. Luckily, the Ritz and Team Dave made it happen, so.
Amen.
Hey, congratulations again to the H-Fixture team that's coming up with a plan with OSO's help to get those two fixtures removed.
Thanks, Bob. Bob, that's the 2 minutes. So for Bob, verify outer hatch clear of hardware.
Okay, the outer hatch is clear of hardware.
Bob, verify handle position per hatch decal.
Okay, the handle position is per the hatch decal.
Bob, close and lock the hatch.
Copy.
Also now in view inside the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock, Roscosmos cosmonaut Anatoly Ivanishin. And the astronauts are closing the hatch.
The hatch hatch is closed and locked.
Copy, Bob. So into the pre-repress steps for EV1 and 2, we want to check SCU connected to DCM.
Verified for EV1. Verified EV2.
Copy. EV1 and 2, check water switches off.
EV1, water switches off.
EV2, water off.
EV1, check EV hatch closed and locked.
The EV hatch is closed and locked.
EV2, on the UIA, check oxygen for EMU 1 and 2 valves, both of them open.
Oxygen, EMU 1, EMU 2, both valves open.
EV2, on the UIA, you can switch power for EV1 and 2, both to on, and check that the power EMU 1 and 2 lights are on.
EV1, EV2, power is on. 2 EMU LED.
Copy. EV2, check the EV1 and 2 voltages.
EV1 and EV2 voltage are both 18.6.
I copy 18.6 on both. EV1 and 2 on your DCM, switch power to SCU, expect a warning tone.
EV1 coming to SCU.
EV2 SCU.
Copy SCU on both. So Chris and Bob, a pleasure working with you today. Thanks for the help, and I will turn you over to Doug. Good luck on the rest of your mission.
Thank you, Josh.
Thanks, Jeff.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
Okay, welcome back. On your DCMs, take your O2 actuator to press.
Work.
In work.
EV1, O2 actuator is in press.
EV2, O2 actuator in press.
Copy, both in press. Bob, check the EV hatch MPEV is closed.
Copy. The EV hatch MPEV is closed.
Okay, next I'm going to start throttling the IV hatch equalization valve. Just let me know if it's too much, and I'll throttle it slowly to norm. How copy?
EV1 copy.
EV2 copy.
We are now approaching the 5.5-hour mark into today's spacewalk. Yes, even though the hatch is closed and the astronauts are back inside the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock, the timer still continues, as it will not stop until repressurization of that portion begins.
Okay, it's in norm. When we get to 4.0, expect an alert tone.
Copy.
Copy.
Good rate for EV1.
Good rate, EV2.
See, good rate. Okay, we're stopped at 5.0 and we're timing for 2 minutes for stabilization.
Copy.
And with the beginning of repressurization of the Quest airlock, we have the end of today's spacewalk. That rounds out at 5 hours and 29 minutes from the time the astronauts switched their suits to battery power at 6:12 a.m. Central Time this morning, 7:12 Eastern, and ending at 11:41 a.m. Central Time, 12:41 p.m. Eastern, with the beginning of repressurization.
Got a lot of little funnies with that, huh? With display and then bucket debris and a cable that was too short.
Yeah.
But the H-fixers came through, so that's good. Does the last one feel like the first one? Or the 10th one feel like the first one? I don't want to presuppose anything.
No, I'm a little more comfortable on the 10th one than the first one. View's always amazing, though.
Yeah.
Okay, there's 2 minutes, and it was stable. We'll wait 1 more minute.
Cassidy and Behnken discussing their experiences today. Both of them have just completed their 10th spacewalk.
Okay, there's another minute, and pressure's still stable. Go ahead and check your glove heaters are off.
B1 glove heaters are off and no contamination.
EV2 glove heaters off and no contamination.
Okay, copy both. On your DCMs, take your O2 actuator to IV.
Didn't work. EV1 O2 actuator is IV.
EV2 O2 actuator IV.
Copy both in IV. We're going to open up the equalization valve again. Just let me know how it feels as we get all the way back to normal.
Copy.
Okay, equalization valves are normal.
Copy.
Good rate for EV1.
Good rate EV2.
These 2 good rates. Expect a alert tone when we get close to DPDP of 0.
Copy.
Air molecules hustle back in here a lot faster than they hustle out of here.
Because science.
Because science, yep. I kind of have that feeling where the divers are swimming me through the wall right now.
Yeah.
Just totally relaxed.
Except that I don't feel like I've mortgaged the future as much as I typically would on a NBL run.
Thank you.
The RTV peel off on your left hand again, or did they say it'll stay good?
No, they are rock solid, both of them.
And with the conclusion of today's spacewalk at 5 hours and 29 minutes, let's take a look at some spacewalk statistics. This was the 231st spacewalk in support of space station assembly and maintenance, the 7th this year. This makes the 4th spacewalk for the Expedition 63 crew. It's the 10th spacewalk for Bob Behnken, and his total time spacewalking is 61 hours and 10 minutes. It's also the 10th spacewalk for Chris Cassidy, his total reaching 54 hours and 51 minutes. Today's spacewalk lasted 5 hours and 29 minutes, and of all spacewalking time across those 231 in support of station assembly and maintenance, that equals 60 days, 12 hours, and 3 minutes of spacewalking time. Also notable for Chris Cassidy, he is now 9th on the all-time list of spacewalking time, while Behnken is now 4th on the all-time list for spacewalk time. They both, now with 10 spacewalks, tie Michael Lopez Alegria and Peggy Whitson as the only other U.S. astronauts to conduct 10 spacewalks in their career.
Be pretty close.
Depressurization continues in the Quest airlock, and this look inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room.
Here. Airlock, we're going to go to post-EPA. Step 1.
That's Flight Director Allison Bollinger in the black jacket. She led the teams throughout the spacewalk today. NASA astronaut Doug Hurley opening that hatch between the crew and equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock.
Okay, copy that. Houston, if you can take care of step 4.
Step 4 is in work. And airlock step 4 is complete, so at this time the EV crew is no longer hot mic to the ground. We do still have your data, and you're go to continue.
That's the voice of NASA astronaut Anne McClain, now serving as the Capcom for the crew now that they are back inside the International Space Station. And as they bring Cassidy and Behnken back and help them doff their suits, another look at the accomplishments of today's spacewalk. The spacewalk began when our astronauts switched their suits to internal battery power at 6:12 a.m. Central Time, 7:12 a.m. Eastern. The first task was the installation of the robotics tool storage, also known as RITS, a storage unit outside the station that will provide thermal and physical protection for tools. After installing RITS and routing some associated cables, Cassidy moved on to remove the 1A H fixture. The H fixtures were used for ground processing solar arrays prior to launch, but needed to be removed for future power upgrades. The first attempt to remove these was on the July 1st spacewalk. With no luck on that day, the astronauts returned today and were able to more easily release those fixtures. As Cassidy removed the 1AH fixture, Bob Behnken worked to clean the integrated electronics assembly area after the last 3 spacewalks in that location. He then moved on to remove the 3BH fixture, another one of those necessary for removal for future power system upgrades. Once those tasks were complete, the astronauts headed back to the airlock for a safety tether reset. This prepared them for their next task, NanoRacks airlock preparation. The NanoRacks airlock will be the first commercial airlock, and it will launch on a SpaceX rocket later this fall. Our astronauts headed out to the Node 3, or Tranquility, end cone. Here they tied back 3 axial shields, preparing that space for the future airlock to be installed once it arrives later this year. After completing the work at the Node 3 area, both astronauts moved on to some cable routing. Chris Cassidy routed the CP3 Ethernet cable, while Bob Behnken focused on the CP13 cables. And once complete, Behnken moved on to remove a lens filter from a camera in the CP13 area. The spacewalk was originally planned to continue power upgrades through the removal of nickel-hydrogen batteries with their replacements, lithium-ion batteries. However, these 2 astronauts worked swiftly through those procedures in the first 3 spacewalks of this series, therefore leaving the opportunity for today's task to be completed. All in all, that totals out at a 5-hour, 29-minute spacewalk and a big thumbs up from Chris Cassidy. And with Chris Cassidy back in the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock, we now see Bob Behnken has been brought in as well. Anatoly Ivanishin and Doug Hurley working to remove the SAFER, the Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue, that sort of jetpack backpack we discussed. Fortunately, that was not used today, as it's only intended for a crew member to maneuver independently of the space station in case they were to become detached from a tether. The International Space Station currently flies 269 statute miles over Chile, and a big accomplishment today for these two spacewalkers. Both just completed their 10th spacewalk. This puts them in a tie with Michael Lopez Alegria and Peggy Whitson. They are now the only other U.S. astronauts to conduct 10 spacewalks in their career. Chris Cassidy is also now in 9th place on all-time spacewalking list, and Bob Behnken is 4th on that list. As our astronauts prepare to doff or remove their suits, another look at today's spacewalk statistics. It was the 231st spacewalk of Space Station Assembly and Maintenance, the 7th spacewalk this year, and the 4th of Expedition 63. Of all spacewalks conducted through Expedition 63, they total at 23 hours and 37 minutes. It was Chris Cassidy's 10th spacewalk. He now has a total of 54 hours and 51 minutes of spacewalk time and is 9th on the all-time spacewalking list. Bob Behnken also completed his 10th spacewalk and now has 61 hours, 10 minutes of spacewalk time, 4th all-time on that list. They both tie with Michael Lopez Alegria and Peggy Whitson as the only other U.S. astronauts to conduct 10 spacewalks throughout their career. But of these 231 spacewalks at the space station, that time totals up to 60 days, 12 hours, and 3 minutes.
Houston, if you could just give me a thumbs up when you hear me. We were seeing a little bit of a smudge on Chris's WVS camera. So before you take the helmet off, or as you take the helmet off, we're wondering if you could just peek at his center camera on his helmet to see if you happen to see anything like a smudge on it or something attached to the front of that camera.
As they remove the helmets today, the crew on board the space station will take an extra look at the WVS on Chris Cassidy's helmet. That's the wireless video system, or the helmet camera that you saw today. This isn't the only dynamic activity for the International Space Station this week. On Thursday, we'll be looking forward to the Progress 76 launch and docking. Those will both occur on this Thursday, July 23rd. Coverage for launch begins at 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, and launch itself will happen at 9:26 a.m. Central, 10:26 Eastern. After a short flight in space, Progress 76 will arrive at the space station this same day. Coverage begins at 12 p.m. Central, 1 p.m. Eastern, and docking itself should take place at 12:47 p.m. Central, 1:47 p.m. Eastern Time. You can tune in and watch live on nasa.gov/live.
And Doug, we can address that after you guys get them out of the suit. So after we hang up the helmet, when we have a minute, we'll take a look at it.
That's good. Thanks, Stan.
Today's spacewalk lasted 5 hours and 29 minutes, starting at 6:12 a.m. Central Time, 7:12 Eastern, and ending at 11:41 a.m. Central Time at 12:41 p.m. Eastern. Today, our astronauts accomplished the installation of the new external storage space for robotic equipment, known as RITS. They also removed 2 H fixtures for future power system upgrades and prepared the Node 3 end cone for future installation of the NanoRacks airlock. They also completed some power cable routing on the outside of the station and removed a camera lens filter. With our astronauts back safe inside and their helmets removed, that's going to wrap up our coverage of today's spacewalk. Thanks for joining us. This is Mission Control Houston.